Hey, yo, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, bringing you another episode of the All Pro JAFFOs, bringing you the highly elevated sports talk for the highly elevated sports fan. I'm your host, JP.
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
And did it go? Did it go this time? Nope.
Yeah,
Oh,
it is.
there we go. All right, yeah. It always starts with mine. I should probably start with everybody else, see if it works the same way. Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest DJ on the whole fucking planet, Mr. DJ Mad Six.
DJ request what to play.
See, it plays yours like immediately. No problems whatsoever. All good. And obviously joining us a little bit later, the 6'10 Beast from the Southeast, Mr. Pente. Wanted to start the show off a little differently this morning. Considering that we put music in a lot of the conversations that we have um, with Artist of the Week, everything else like that, I figured this morning to start it off before we get into everything else, talk a little bit about what happened at the Grammys. Um, Killer Mike won 3 Grammys, including Best Rap Album of the Year, and then got hauled off to jail. Um, for a what was it again? That six that it was for?
It looked like you said it was like a misdemeanor battery. He said it was fucking he said it was a misunderstanding when I was just reading now. He said it was like overzealous security guards. Yeah, but from what I heard earlier, it was like some kind of battery that happened like a month or something ago. So the full story hasn't really come out yet.
And they fucking hauled him off at the awards. They couldn't wait. They couldn't, make sure like the award ceremony, everything. Again, this guy just got done winning 3 Grammys. Big night for Killer Mike to just be like, and they did this shit. They cuffed him backstage and basically paraded his ass throughout the entire arena. And then I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, hold on. And I don't want to make it this way because it doesn't usually, it when it happens, it requires it to do so. But in this point right now, how many people or how many white people rich white people at that, do you think would get hauled off to jail, handcuffed, and paraded through if they were a little less melanin in the skin?
I mean less, but then I don't even think it comes down to that. I mean, look, shit, fucking Will Smith slapped the shit out of somebody and then get charged with assault. But he a little light skinned too, though. You gotta be a little darker in the skin to go to jail.
Jeez. So you're telling me if Chris Rock had done the slapping,
Oh, yeah, he going to
then we
jail,
would.
yeah.
You're wild as fuck for that. Well, look, I really do like Killer Mike. I love a lot of his music. I love a lot of what he's done. um, Not a lot of people really agree with him too much on his like political stances and civil stances and stuff like that. But from what and I may not agree with every single 100% thing that he says. It's very rare that we do or that I do. But things that he's done, for community, things that he's done, for the culture, trying to educate, trying to do, all of these things that he's done, his time with Run the Jewels and, this album by so like Killer Mike to me is I think kind of an underrated rapper. He doesn't get looked at as often, I don't think. and doesn't get nearly enough uh noise as much as these mumble rappers and shit do. Um, but I listened to a little bit of the album. I wanna listen to the full thing, but so far from what I've heard, it's not bad at all. I've liked
Yeah,
kind of all the run the jewel stuff too. So
I haven't. I don't think I've listened to any of his stuff yet. So I was trying to listen to some new music the other day, and it was just like I was just like, music is just such a sad state right now. It's just none of this shit is like even like listening to like the new stuff going through. I'm just like none of it just catches me. I'm just like, and then fucking Drake come out the other night in a goddamn dinosaur suit at a performance, and somebody was like, nothing on his discography got shit to do with dinosaurs that he got to come out in a dinosaur suit. I'm like, if music keep being like this, I'm like, man, I'm about to start reading books and give up DJing. I'm like, I refuse to play some of this shit that they got going right now. I'm like, if it ain't
I mean,
albums, I'm just not playing it. I mean, you get a couple songs that are cool here and there, but for the most part, music is just garbage right now.
I was just about to add, like, as a DJ, how frustrating is it?
It is. That's why. I mean, it's frustrating because you always want something new. It's like you can. I mean, you're gonna listen to the '90s for so long, but the music is still good, so you can listen to that all day long. But it's like that's all I'm gonna keep playing. It's like and I'll throw a sprinkle of something new here and there, but for the most part, I was going through the other day listening to stuff, and I went through about 1,000 songs and didn't shit catch. I was just like, man, it's like y'all got to do better.
I can
Y'all,
just see you sitting there going, next,
yeah, I was just like,
next,
shut up, next.
next.
Like, nope, nope.
No,
Yeah,
Tiller,
if
he kind of reminds me a little bit of almost like a God damn it, what's his name? He goes around telling everybody about the Masons and everything right now.
man,
Uh, he's been around for since the '90s. He did the that's the sound of the police. Why am I
oh,
blanking on his name?
uh, it's not not KRS One, is it? Is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
KRS
yeah,
One?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
KRS One.
yeah.
Yeah,
KRS One. He kind of like the way his music goes,
mm-hmm.
like the way he talks about certain things.
Okay.
It has a little bit of a KRS-One feel to it,
Mm-hmm.
but he's got his. I mean, obviously he made it his own,
Yeah,
but he's very fluid, very he's telling a story. He's being able to kind of like the God damn it, this shit is good. um Lyrically and everything, like everything makes sense.
mm-hmm.
It's not a mumble rapper, type of shit. Like he's
Yeah,
legit.
yeah.
Yeah, so and to be honest, when the Grammys gave him, the album of the year or the best rap album of the year, I was like, okay, this is kind of a step in the right direction. I was thinking
Mm-hmm.
they were going to give it to some of, one of these other lame ass rappers who were out here, with the mumble rapping and all that. I thought they were going to give it to one of them
Yeah.
or give it to, fucking, Nicki Minaj or Meg Thee Stallion
Hell
or,
no, they
or
ain't giving it
fucking
to Nicki
Sexy Red
Minaj.
or something like that.
Nicki Minaj ain't getting that shit because she talking about somebody dead mom. She ain't getting that shit just on that for the fact that she done lost so many fans, and there are just some lines you just don't cross. It's like I don't care how much you mad at somebody. There's just certain lines you just don't cross. So we're
And
gonna count.
talking about dead relatives is not one of them.
We're gonna cancel Nicki Minaj. She canceled.
Is it? I mean, look, can I be real? I never thought shit like
She got a few good
not
songs, but
once, but still, like how many of those songs did she write?
yeah, I don't know.
How many of those songs did she come? How many times have we seen Nicki Minaj come off the top of the dome?
Not much.
If not ever. We got Roxanne Shante. The first song she ever came out with was Top of the Fucking Head,
Roxanne,
a full on
Roxanne.
freestyle.
Mm-hmm.
You
I'm
don't get that.
taking you away.
The female lyrics that like when they said like Nicki Minaj is the greatest female rapper of all time. I'm like, since when? Since when
Since we got
has
this boo boo ass music generation going on, they the only generation to spot that shit.
I'm like, there's no way. There's no way because again, I have and I could be wrong, but I have yet to see her write her own shit. I've yet to see her do a freestyle. Any like XX, double
Mm-hmm.
XL, Magnet, that kind of, ciphers or anything like that. I've never seen her do anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So how are you gonna convince me that she's better than Roxanne Shante?
She ain't.
That
That's
she's
what I
better
said.
than,
Well, a lot of it has to do with just like the generation that listens to her. They never listened to Roxanne Shante. So a lot of these cats, these kids that never went back and listened to some of these rappers who pioneered the way for Nicki Minaj. All these female rappers. But you got
that does such a bro.
Shantae,
That does such a
yeah,
disservice to
like
the music
Queen
industry.
Latifah, like all these that paved the way. For these rappers now. MC Light. There's hella female rappers before. Nicki Minaj.
And great,
Yeah.
great artists can actually freestyle, can actually write their own shit, can actually like. So that's what I'm saying. I feel like it does such a disservice to the music industry when people don't go back and actually realize and learn
Yeah.
where shit came from and how it got there to pay the respects that they should. Um, but I don't know, man. I'd look at that, but I'd look at Killer Mike, and I thought it was kind of a breath of fresh air that he got it. Victoria Monet, Sacramento's own, gets
That,
Grammys herself. So was listening to a little bit of her music, and I was like, okay, kind of vibing with this, with what's going on right now. It's nice, nice.
what's
It's
sad
not
is
like
a lot of people don't even know who she is. They never heard of her, but like if you went to church, like grew up in Sac going to church, you knew who she was. But a lot of these people never even knew who she was until her name started getting big. But she's been around Sac. She grew up singing in the church. She's been around.
oh, maybe that's why her name wasn't out there. She wasn't out there talking about shaking her asshole fucking time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now she grew up and
Just talking about some real shit.
But yeah, like if you're from Sac, the Sac artists know who she is, but people who she just burst on the scene. It was like, but Sac got some. I mean, Sacramento got some talent. It definitely has. Well, Sacramento has a lot of talent out here. It's just people just don't give Sac, and really Sac don't get no credit for shit. The only reason Sac been on the map over the past like couple years really is fucking because of the Kings started doing better. That's the only reason. Wasn't nobody really talking about Sac. But you got hella artists that came out of Sac.
I would say music wise, there's quite a
Yeah,
bit. There's some that actually surprised me.
yeah, music wise, yeah, there's a lot of artists that come out of Sac.
How's it going, Kay? Good morning. Any thoughts, real quick, on the Killer Mike situation?
I'm gonna bring Onyx in real quick. Y'all keep talking.
Yes, sir.
No. Um.
Not-
Yeah. No. Not at all.
Um, yeah, no, we were just talking like how he, um, Mad Sticks mentioned that he got arrested because I guess almost a month ago or something like that, a misdemeanor battery charge. Um, with I think I'm trying to remember what he said. It was with some security guards, some quote unquote overzealous security guards. So they decided to come in and arrest him during the show and take him out that way, or take him into jail, into custody, the way they did. Which was it's a ploy. It's a ploy.
He's out
You know
though.
that
Like
that type of shit is planned.
I'm not
his son
surprised.
had like kidney transplant like that following day, so he was there for that.
Yeah.
So it's not like they even kept him.
They
So
removed him from the premises. They didn't even arrest him. They say arrested to like tarnish his name. It was
mm-hmm.
open the Lisa Ann situation. Like they got her off the premises, took her to the station, and let her ass go. You know what I'm saying? So
Damn, so they just did that for.
This shit is stupid. Yeah.
it's for a fucking PR look. It's like you making people like you tarnishing people's shit. Because if you based on your earlier from Sac to Matt 6 point, I only lived in Sac for a little bit, and I went to church I went to that one church because I was living in Rockland, and it didn't feel right. I stopped going there. So we ain't gonna name their name, but we know who
Now
they
we
talking.
gonna name that motherfucker Fuck Destiny Church.
Yeah,
As a
yeah.
record staff and a label.
Mm. I need to drop the beat. Do I need to drop the beat, or do I need to have a video with all of us fucking goddamn? Hey, look, hey, white background, multiple man sticks.
Leslie's like, I know exactly which one you're fucking talking about.
Nah, it's funny because there's more of that story that's coming out now. That shit is hella funny about that church. So they bought another church out here, Calvary Christian Center. So they run Calvary Christian Center now.
Where that at?
And
A
fucking
church
EJ,
bought another church?
yes, and basically they took over Calvary Christian Center
I know
or
exactly.
Capital Christian Center. They took over Capital Christian Center. And so
Oh.
basically they ran that. And so EJ, you know, so now they're trying to do basketball over there. And he coaches basketball, so they're trying to get him. And so he hit me up. He was like, he's like, what was that pastor's name? He's like, little do he know. I got the inside scoop of all his shenanigans.
Real life.
Jeez.
Yeah. So yeah, that was to my point. So I didn't know who she was because I didn't go to church out there. So outside of that one time. So I really wasn't privy to her music. Honestly, I didn't even watch the Grammys. I seen the Killer Mike shit like right after it happened. I was like, I wasn't surprised. So yeah, that's why I really didn't have no thoughts on it. Everything is just by the book. To be honest with you, if you look at everything that Killer Mike does and the type of people they give them, they give them they do when they talented like that. They're immensely talented because you can't fucking avoid them. And then they like this, but they did it immediately after. Like it wasn't even like we didn't even have an hour to process him winning 3 fucking awards, having a sweep at the Grammys. He didn't even have a time to process this shit. So it makes perfect sense to me. It's not surprising. This is pretty much by the book of what these motherfuckers be doing. So
That's just a whole fucking, like you said, a PR stunt. You know, just to put a blemish on this man's name after doing something, you know, amazing this night. So it's, I don't know. Again, I like the man's music. I respect what he does and everything else like that. So I'm glad it didn't turn into any more than what it was. Um, but he's out now. That's good. Victoria Monet, Artist of the Year. Even though she's been around for good, like because I looked at her on Spotify. She had an album come out in 2000 or 2020,
Yeah.
and then had a couple of singles and stuff before that. So I'm looking at a new artist. I'm like, oh wow, they definitely weren't paying attention then. If she's been around at least, or at least putting out content for at least 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do they consider new artists? Like, what's the time frame for that?
I'm not sure. It all depends on like when she was doing her new music. I think it has a lot to do too, like with who they're registered with. Like if it's ASCAP, if she's not registered or if she's putting out an independent artist. Because you ain't gonna get a lot of too many independent artists that's gonna win a Grammy. So it all depends on your label. It's gonna come down to all that ASCAP, BMI. Basically the Grammys is the one who's doing the nominating. So we'll get to that when we
Sure. And then Jay-Z went on and got the Dr. Dre Award for um. Let me hold on. Let me get the actual name for it because the Dr. Dre Global Impact Award. And then, surprisingly, actually not really surprisingly, went on to criticize the Grammys, basically asking why Beyonce has basically all the Grammys in the world but has never won Album of the Year.
I can answer that question.
Go ahead.
She got a bunch of singles that are good, but she ain't got a whole album that's good.
Ooh,
Right there. Thank you, sir.
I've never listened to a whole Beyonce album. I've listened to her singles. She got singles. You can put out singles all day long that are good, but she don't have a solid. To me, she don't have a good album.
well,
So
hopefully we don't have any of those Beehive members in here. You're watching the show. 'Cause, yeah, Master's gonna get a lot of activity if we do.
yeah,
Yeah, a lot of activity. So I will
not
say,
like yeah. Now she puts on great shows. Like I mean, she deserves all the Grammys she won. But to me, like until you can produce a solid album from beginning to end, then like. And a lot of these artists, like you don't really listen to the whole album is not really that great. So you'll get the first 4 or 5 songs or whatever, and then you got a 12-track album. Then the other 7 is just boo boo. So
Kind of
whereas me,
falls off from there, yeah.
yeah, like this last album she had, I only listened to like maybe there's like 3 songs that are good. Cuff It is probably the main song that everybody, they do the dance or whatever. What else? What other songs are on the album?
I mean, I don't listen to Beyonce. Man,
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't listen to her like that either, so I
Yeah, that's
wouldn't.
what I said. Like her music is good, she's a great singer, but she's not a, they gon' she's not as far as performance wise, she's not. I ain't gonna say it, but she ain't a Swifty.
that's
There
good.
was a debate the other day on. I was watching some show the other day that was talking about that. I think it was Shannon Sharp talking about that shit. Um, she don't get more clicks than Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift got like Beyonce got fans. Don't get me wrong, she got fans. But as far as music wise, like more people tend to is gonna follow. The fan base is gonna be like, they Taylor Swift fans.
To
So
be honest with you, Taylor Swift music is literally just fucking a 16-year-old white girl that fucking going through heartbreak with boyfriends. Like,
but
even though
they
they say,
relate to that shit.
I mean, shit, because everybody, inner little child, little girl, want to listen to that shit the whole time because it ain't really changed. And
Mm-hmm.
much of fame. She finna hit a Drake plateau. You know what I'm saying? Like how motherfuckers like they acknowledge Drake to be.
I don't even think Drake has ever put up these type of numbers.
Oh yeah,
What
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like it's yes and no. So yes and no. Because Drake has hit high ass numbers, but I'm not entirely sure based off of me. Got to look into research, but I'm pretty sure he up there. You know what I'm saying? Like he up there for sure with the numbers he get. But I will say this. Damn, I lost my damn point. Fucking yeah, I lost my damn point.
but yeah, I was actually gonna I kind of piggyback off what Matt said when Jay Z had mentioned that. I wanted to think about it because initially, like you said, it didn't really make sense. I'm like, yeah, how do you have and not have album of the year? But then you think about it and you go, well, what Mad Six just said.
Drake
You can
actually
have a
leads the
ton of
charts.
singles.
Drake leads the charts in all hits.
Okay, so I know I wasn't tripping. I know I wasn't.
No,
328.
I agree. No, I should correct what I meant. I meant the numbers on not like streams or hits or anything like that. I'm talking about the amount of money that's being raked in
Oh yeah, nah,
through a tour.
this man
Oh
has a
yeah.
whole. He got 2 compounds, one in Canada and one in Texas. Taylor Swift ain't got more money than Drake. I look, I was with you at first, the first set until Mastic said that. Now I'm fully on what I was about to say earlier. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like Drake, bro, he got this law right now where it's like people understand how dope he is, but because he's a top artist, but at the same time, his music is starting to get a little redundancy. Because he ain't really fucking goddamn saying much. Like that shit Joe Budden said was true. The problem is he said it when Drake got a fucking popular TikTok song out. So people gonna think he crazy. But he said some real shit though. You know what I'm saying? Like his music is getting a little redundancy to it. So it makes perfect sense. That's why you're seeing him now. He's doing the same thing he was doing his whole career. When his music started getting a little redundant, he started doing features with a bunch of motherfuckers, and his flow changed, his shit changed. We had a Caribbean Drake for about 3 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, so as far as like charts, Drake got 328 songs on the chart. So he's the highest leading, artist on the charts. And then you got like Taylor Swift. Highest gross income in 2022 was actually the group Genesis. They raked in 230 million. I think this past year.
That makes sense. That makes sense because Drake's tour that he just went on last year was from the album he did with 21 Savage. And his album he dropped. You know what I'm saying? So that makes sense.
And as far as singers, Taylor Swift is the highest paid female entertainer in the world in 2022, earning 92 million in 2022.
Damn.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
They said her concerts are dope as fuck. I've never been to her concert, but everybody like, even fucking, I think Stephen A. Smith even went to her concert and said she puts on a hell of a show. So everybody said like, they said she puts on a hell of a show. She'll extend that shit, and they said from top to bottom, like she got a solid ass show. So
Probably why she charges so goddamn much per ticket.
one of these days, we all just going to go catch a Swift show.
Nah. Nah.
He's like, nah.
I could tag team and let me know how that shit go. I'm good. I'll listen to that.
Are you afraid you might break out in song and dance, Country Cat?
I worked at Calskate, dude. You make it seem like I'm music. Hey, I'm from Blakeland, Florida, fam. Like, come on. Like, all middle school, I was listening to Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys, bro. Like, let's not do this. I'm into alternative music. My thing is.
But what's funny, like any fucking thing I've done, nobody's ever requested a Taylor Swift song or a Beyonce song or none of that shit.
Yeah, no. You're going to go to a wedding. Nope. You're going to go to a wedding and there's going to be a song about Jason Kelce and Taylor Swift. And you're going to be like, damn.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But like, I'll throw it like nobody ever requested, like, I'll have it in the, like, especially if I'm doing like the, weddings or like the stuff up in Rockland, then I'll play that shit up there. So they like that shit. But I'll throw some hip hop on too. Like when I did that MLK thing up there, shit, don't think you wasn't finna listen to nothing but hip hop. I threw on some fucking, what song did I put on? I threw on one of the Mac Dre songs and somebody was like, ooh, the lyrics in there. Like, nobody listen to the lyrics, just feel the beat. Stop listening to what they talking about. No, matter of fact, it wasn't Mac Dre, it was Hyphy. I put on Hyphy. And they talk about make the neighbors want to call your cops Hyphy. And it was like looking like, ooh, the lyrics. Yep.
Oh,
bro, some of these situations, I literally wish I was there to see the reactions. Because holy shit!
I know the reaction. Fuck that. What the reaction was out there, motherfucker.
And it was feeling it though. Like it was like one lady, but like for the most part, I've DJed up there enough, and it's usually the same crowd. They know what I'm gonna play. Like for certain, for MLK, why wouldn't I play all black music? You know what I mean? So you gonna get all, But then like when I do like the other events, I'll mix it up. Like if I do like Juneteenth, I'll kind of mix. I usually do mostly black, but I'll mix it up. Or if I'm doing like the Pride event out there, it's usually all pop out there for that. I usually just throw all pop on there. So they get to hear that music. They get a mixture. I give them a variety.
That's when you Yeah.
But shit, I stay booked out there. They my most consistent client is Rockland.
Yeah.
I know 4
Yep.
times a year. I know at least 4 or 5 times out of my season I got gigs up there.
Yeah.
So it's the high and it's the highest paid gigs out of all my gigs. So
You know,
That means you got to get a little Swifty on it, then you got to get a little Swifty on
yeah.
it. So,
and we know when that playlist is opened, the prize.
Oh yeah, that play was wide open, yeah.
I'm talking about it. Hear me.
That shit wide open, yeah. We're gonna play some Boy George, some Culture Club, come a chameleon. There go. All the way to some I left my horse in the Old Town Road.
oh,
Hey, throwing some Sam Smith and you fire right now.
Hell yeah.
Hey, all of the gay folks' greatest hits.
Yep.
oh shit.
Yeah, I did a Halloween party like 2 years ago at one of the churches out there, and it was one of the LGBTQ community churches.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so they did a little Halloween party out there. Yes, I do. I stay booked out there, so I'm well. For me, like out there having the organization out there, so they knew I DJ, so I just started doing stuff. So I always get the call. So
Heck yeah. Hey,
And let them keep coming.
yep.
that's tight.
Yeah. Before we get into the next topic, ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick word from our friends over at Raise Energy.
What's up, Jaffo Army? JP here, the All Pro Jaffos, bringing you a message from our proud partners over at Raise Energy. Raise Energy takes a giant leap of faith with instilling a high quality formula to bring the consumer a powerful yet sustained energetic experience to help us put your workouts and focus in general to the very next level. Perfect for anyone at any time. Raise Energy has become the most popular, the best rated energy drink on the market to date, with a phenomenal flavor profile that puts most of the competitors just downright to shame. Powered by the enhanced Refresh technology, Raise Energy delivers with a performance enhancing energy drink profile that aids in the most often overlooked categories, which include targeted focus, enhanced recovery time, as glycogen becomes depleted, improve clean energy levels, boost in stamina and in hydration. Most importantly, each can of Raise has absolutely 0 calories, 0 sugar, 0 carbohydrates to give you a smarter and healthier option. You should not have to drink or settle for any other energy drink that contains more sugar and carbohydrates than you can count. Instead, opt for the smart choice with the #1 fan voted energy drink on the planet with Raise Energy Drink. Use the promo code ALPHARAISE at checkout to get 15% off of your order. Demand more. Join the Raise Rebellion. Let them know the JAFFOs sent you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, go to repsports.com. That's reppsports.com and use the promo code Operation 15% off. Um, A7FL Fall Brawl Championship happened this past Sunday. And Matchsticks almost pulled the Nostradamus on us. He almost Nostradamus this one. It was a sick with it, taking on the Insomniacs in, I mean, what pretty much everybody thought was going to be the final game. And given the situation that we were under on Sunday night, uh, myself, Matt Six, I'm not sure about Country K's situation at where he was at, but we were out of power for a lot of Sunday. Um, so
And
having
all
to
fucking
conserve the
Monday.
bat and Madison's got the worst of it for sure. I didn't even realize because my power must have went off and on, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times that day. Like it was
Nah,
on, then it was off, and it just
nah, that
periods
shit
of
shut
time
off
it
and
would just
just
shut
never
off.
came back on.
Yeah.
And then it came on that long enough for me to cook dinner, and then that shit went back out again for like another hour. I was like, man, like at least I got to eat though, because I didn't eat shit all day yesterday. I'm like, I didn't want to open the fridge. Like we didn't have no food spoil because we keep our fridge so cold and the freezer so cold, so everything in the freezer was still frozen. Everything in the fridge was still cold, even after that 20, even after 24 hours. So I was thankful for that, and didn't have to throw all that shit away. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no, my wife was looking at. She's like, I think we're gonna have to throw some of it away. I was like, I don't think so. I was like, I think we'll be fine because again, we didn't go through super long periods of time without power. At most, we probably went about 2 hours,
mm, shit must be
and we
nice.
kept the we kept the. Hey, I don't envy you, sir. You know, like
That should make you
when you told me about yours, I was like, holy shit! Like,
should make you respect having electricity and having a roof over your head, dealing with some shit like that. That's the longest I've ever gone without power. I've never gone over 24 hours without power. I'm like, fuck that. But it made it work. Like, I had most of my shit was charged up, so I was still able to be on my phone. And I have like all these little power banks around. So I had like the power banks, and then I fucking had Royal at home. So we sitting here. So I had to put on Coca Melon on the computer, till it died, trying to keep him entertained. But we made that shit work. It made it work. We roughed it together. So you know what it feel like to not have no electricity. Appreciate that shit. Pay your bills. Some motherfuckers choose to live like this on a daily basis. Fuck that.
so the dark is not that great, to be
Nah,
honest.
fucking a Taco Bell, a candle, that shit was so romantic.
No,
That sounds perfect. Hey, produce it by the candle? Yes, sir.
Right, yeah.
Yes,
Sitting at the
sir.
table in the dark. And I didn't even know if DoorDash was gonna come out because it was a night like when it was just fucking hella windy. And I'm like, I can't, I
what
don't want to open the fridge yet. So I'm like, I'm gonna see if they show up. And he showed up. I gave him a nice fat tip though. I was like, yeah,
I
you
didn't
ordered
know,
a
I did
DoorDash?
too.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
my wife said the same thing. Like we ended up getting a DoorDash, and the
Mm-hmm.
guy who came said that the entire like all through Greenback, like all the way down past Sunrise, and then as you go like towards Madison.
Yeah.
So Fair Oaks all the way down Greenback and Madison, for those of you guys who don't know, in Sacramento and Citrus Heights specifically, those are the kind of the three main roads that go in and out of Citrus Heights. The whole block was dark. So I was actually surprised when he brought it in. I was like, oh, they must have like the backup generators or something like that to be able to keep going because
Yeah.
the whole our whole apartment complex here dark. Everything was just shut down. So if we had to go charge something, we'd have to go to the car.
Mm-hmm.
But again, luckily, I mean, again, I do not envy you whatsoever. Luckily, we didn't have too long a periods of time where we weren't able to keep things charged and
Yeah.
did go. But our in-laws, their back fence got tore the fuck up.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised my fence stood up. So at least I know my fence is good. Like hella shingles all over the yard though. So I'm at the but our roof is double shingled. So the roof, there's still a roof under it, so it's not like it's leaking in the house. But the shed, I'm gonna have to get the whole roof on the shed redone because it's been leaking since like last year. So I'm gonna have to replace all the boards and all of that shit.
Just another project to do.
Yep.
But
That's why
but
thankful for
we
neighbors.
and then we looked at because I'm living in an apartment, but at the poolside there were 2 chairs and a bunch of cushions and umbrellas that were in the pool. Like the whole thing, I was like, wow. My wife was saying it looked like that movie Twister.
Oh yeah.
So there's
Yeah,
just a
no,
bunch of shit flying around everywhere. we were worried about the trees. But yeah, we were dealing with all the power outages, so I was going in and out watching the game because I needed to conserve power on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, I was watching. It was 7-0 sick with it. I was like, oh, okay, let's strike first. I had to stop watching for a little bit. Then I started watching again. It was fucking 20-0
Mm-hmm.
at one point. I was like, am I seeing this correctly? Like, am I what am I missing here? I'm going through the comments, looking to see, kind of go back. So I kind of rewind a little bit to see what was going on. I was like, holy shit! I was like, the Insomniacs keep shooting themselves in the foot with these turnovers, and now the sick with it had, and again, it at halftime, we were messaging back and forth, and I was like, well, it's got foot to the fucking pedal.
Mm-hmm.
Because with the Insomniacs, they very much are a really good second half, team, and they came back and Sick with it just
Yeah,
ran out of the juice.
Munchie was out there balling.
Yeah, I mean, Munchie always has a pretty good game
Yeah.
out there. Scooter had a pretty good game as well. Anthony Wilkerson, the artist formerly known, or the artist running back formerly known as RTC, was out there doing his thing again. Good morning, Mizzle. Good morning, sir.
What up, man?
Um, um, but they came back, and at the end of the day, the Insomniacs won 32-26. If the final score was anything above that, it was because of the last play of the game. There was an interception, but I'm not sure if they counted that touchdown or if he stepped out of bounds or
Nah, it was
however.
32-26. I think was the final.
32
Yes,
final.
yeah,
Okay, so
yeah.
close game. 6 point. Madsticks predicted Sick with it by 7. It ended up being Insomniacs by 6. So the Sick with it made a game of it, but again,
But
the depth.
the way the Insomniacs played, I don't know if that repeat though. You see Big Rob's comment, he was like, ain't no way. That's all the thing. I was like, man, they're like, yeah, he got to come back for a follow up on here. I got to hear what he got to say.
Well, I mean, everything, especially since because I've been getting a lot of messages from people after the CP3 uh, conversation we had. There were a few people that were not necessarily happy about what was said, especially out there on the East Coast. Um, Corey got wind of what was said, and you already know how that long that conversation. um, so I looked at it that way, and I was kind of like, now is this? But here's the thing, though: is this proving that Insomniacs aren't that good, or does that mean the Thick with it is getting better? They're kind of starting to figure it out.
It could be that they figured it out, but I mean, like you said, like the last game, they, if it wasn't for a few, momentum, they would have lost their championship. So maybe they're just really not that good.
Well, these two instances really shows, it clearly shows that this team plays down to their competition. You allow the team to go up 20 points on you, and then you can't ultimately win. That doesn't really show the other team's improvement. That just shows that you're not playing how you're supposed to be playing. You're playing down to the competition. That's all that shows, because that team was able to fucking surge and surpass what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, not granted, yeah, they did stop running the ball, but at the exact same time, you still allow the team to come back in and get 30 some odd points on you. You get what I'm saying? Like, you got 6. You get what I'm saying? Like, from the point of
Yeah.
0, you got 1 score. They got 30 fucking points. You see what I'm saying? So you a lot, like, it didn't really show that Sick with it got better. It just showed that the Insomniacs plays down to whoever they playing instead of just dominating the entire game and show what you motherfuckers believe to be true.
Hmm. Hmm. So I mean, it's obviously the look of how everything is on the West is going to be different when March 24th comes around, and I think for the West, and this is purely on an unbiased, from hearing both, both coasts essentially speak their piece on their respective sides, and coming to realize that the West, they are in, and I kind of want to leave out the Insomniacs here, but the rest of the division, when it comes to when you want to, at the end of the day, compete with the Northeast and be like have longevity of success in this league, the division needs to get better. And we can make the argument how good sick, or how good Insomniacs are and the depth and everything else like that. We can, everyone can make the whole argument of super team, whatever the fuck they want to do. But at the end of the day, in order for the growth of that division to be proper and for you to have legitimate arguments and chances, the division needs to get better. So if that's the case, like Sickwit basically, showed what they were, just a team that basically first half blows their wad and then second half is just kind of nowhere to be found. You had an opportunity to take out the champs, and second half you just, it just faltered. You were relying too much on other things to happen, and then like Mizzle said, you stopped running the ball, you stopped doing things to kind of ensure a victory, and those types of decisions, this is the type of outcome you get. I would know. I'm a 49ers fan. I know what it feels like to not run the ball when you're fucking supposed to. Okay. So when you go around game plans that were effective for you, and then you go away from it because you want to change up for some reason, then you get the consequences of those actions. You're either going to succeed or you're going to fail, and that's exactly what happened. They failed. But now, I mean, you saw Big Rob's comments. Is the East, and Kay, maybe I need to hear it from you too, because being from the Southeast, from Florida, seeing the fall brawl, how it kind of took place, do you feel a little bit better about your chances against Insomniacs?
What do you mean, my chances?
No.
Yeah, that's all I mean. You keep trying to make it seem like I'm a Nightcrawlers fan. Right.
he making you choose a team. I think because it's just the whole team, so you got to go with the whole team.
Like, bro, like, because you sick with it. Don't
Sorry.
mean how to pick Florida. Your team keep losing. That's what you keep trying to. Your team keep getting their ass whooped. Gee, I can't goddamn call it.
I got.
As far as Florida, I mean, we got to see what they look like. If they got the same team in place, or if they added more people, we can see what they look like and their chances as far as if they make it past Baltimore and Jersey.
Yeah,
it's a real thing. Like they reshifted, they reorganized over there in the Northeast. They, you know what I'm saying? Like, going to different teams and things like that. So we're gonna see what's going on. I mean, I can't necessarily just make it seem like Florida just a shoe in because they went last year.
Yeah.
They might win their division because it's the same way as Vegas, essentially. Like, well, no, it's worse than Vegas because all it is Tampa. And when we was looking at the shit last year, the only team was out there was Tampa. That was going to be competitive.
Mm-hmm.
They got other teams out there, but it's only Tampa that's competitive. So, and well, it could be like Ohio. What was the team in Ohio that was actually competitive? Um,
The Heist or the Chaos?
I think it was the Chaos because my boy had
It's the
that.
chaos.
Yeah, the Chaos.
My boy had that bonnet on. I think that's what I remember from that team. So yeah, and then they crumbled when they played Vegas. But yeah, I mean it's shit like that. I feel like in those situations you just probably got to just gain popularity to grow the league because if you looking at the same pool of people to be able to fucking spread out and expand, you ain't gonna really see much because some people get comfortable, some people fucking like their teammates. And a lot of this shit is a bunch of fucking goddamn tip riding goddamn situations. But that's you know what I'm saying? That's how I go in a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I feel the only way that shit can go, they just gotta get more interest. Like people that don't play no more, that just sitting at the crib. It's like, nah, I don't want to play that shit because they see all of the negative shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't just see the positive, they see the negative. Because
Mm.
that's how it is in semi-pro, like out here in Cali. Like a lot of people see a lot of this negative shit and don't see a lot of the camaraderie and the positivity and things like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we'll see what
Um,
happens. I mean, we'll see what happens as far as Vegas and things like that. I mean, we'll see other states that get involved if they get involved. You know what I'm saying? I feel like a lot of this shit gonna have to come to that. Like Vegas is just in a bad situation where it's like your nearest biggest city don't give a fuck about sports like that. So what can you do? You see what I'm saying? Like you really kind of asked out because you got to think about one of the teams in their division is from LA. You know what I'm saying? So and they don't give a fuck about football in LA unless it's USC or maybe UCLA if they good, and they only give a shit about the Lakers in LA. Maybe the
eh,
Clippers good.
yeah, I've never really seen LA as a profession. College football, they really enjoy, but
Mm-hmm.
uh, professional, it's never really worked out. Yeah, so we'll I mean the Rams keep constantly, regardless of who they play, are the visiting fans are outdoing the home fans. But for A7, when you're looking at Vegas, I think the when it comes to the growth of the talent and everybody else that needs to kind of come together to make these other teams, competitive. And I start going back to this question, depending on how big the league gets, and from what we're seeing, the growth is getting substantial. We already have confirmations from a lot of different cities, a lot of different states. We already got confirmations from Texas that is looking for there. We already got Indianapolis who's getting into the mix. We already got Reno and the top of Upper Nevada is going to start getting into the mix. We're really again trying to get Northern California involved somehow. But at that point, when the divisions and everything grows that big, do you shorten the amount of teams in each division at that point? Like instead of having
No,
6 teams,
no,
you go down to four.
no.
Why?
I mean, why would you do that?
I say that because of, again, the amount of teams. Because if we're talking each division has at least 6 teams, then if you're trying to go nationwide, instead of it looking like 32 teams, you're having probably 50 plus that are involved. So then you turn it into, I guess the tournament style that you would have to do was the like how NCAA has their basketball. You kind of have like a top 16,
Well, here's the
type of things, but you have a ton of teams at that point in each division.
here's the
So in order for each division to be able to kind of compete and keep the, I guess the talent pool from getting too diluted to one team, or too diluted to one team, or not enough on others, you take out two so that those guys can kind of get in the mix with the other four. So it strengthens that division. You have four teams in each division, which is in the pros how it is now. You have four teams in each division, four divisions in each conference. If you go that route, that's where I think like the teams will start to get
yeah.
better.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and just since you're pretty much starting to trail down on your
Yeah,
point.
sorry. I
Yeah,
got distracted there for a second.
pretty much. Yeah, no. And for the simple fact, they're not going to get 50 or even 32 teams right now. They don't have that many to begin with. It's not like they're going to just in the next couple years just double the amount of teams. Like it's going to be a slow trickle. Everything is a slow trickle when they add teams and things like that. So yeah, no, you know what I'm saying. And on top of that, it's like teams are probably merged and things of that nature. Shit like that happens as well. So I mean, a lot of shit happens. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit gets shifted. A lot of teams disband because of non-talent. So that's the reason why I said no, because a lot of factors happen to when you just thinking that everyone's gonna stay pat and then teams gonna add. It's like no, some of these people leave because they don't get the talent, because they don't have the people. Because again, the way you grow this league is not just adding teams. You can have a shitload of sorry ass teams and you still got the same amount of people, the same good teams that's good, and they beating the shit out of all these sorry motherfuckers that can't get bodies. I'm telling you, the way to grow this league for the shit to expand like that, you got to get the motherfuckers that's sitting at the crib to come play. You got to get more exciting plays and more development of those teams. So, like in all those sorry areas, it's very hard to get people when your team is trash. So it's like you gotta be able to market yourself. You got to be able to produce. You got to be able to do things to be able to grow your shit. You see what I'm
Mm,
saying? Because there's a lot of people that just stop playing ball and move to all these fucking areas. You know what I'm saying? They just living life, driving trucks or what have you, being a dad or you know what I mean?
yeah,
So yeah, majority of your shit, you gotta try to convince these folks to play. You gotta get folks to play. And then once y'all play and y'all competitive and then now everything is a competitive situation. Everything's a competitive situation, then you could be able to do shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's more of what it is. Adding the teams ain't gonna do nothing but just having a bunch of motherfuckers that could possibly be good. You hope that these teams are competitive, but majority of the time they're not going to be because they knew. You
yeah,
got to be able to convince motherfuckers to play.
yeah. I mean, and that's gonna have to come with time, and with what they're doing with the league, I don't doubt that they're gonna be able to garner a lot of people to join up. Um, we are going to get into the next topic of the day, but before that, Mad Sticks, before we let you go, my friend, I know you got to go get the child, but
Yes.
any quick updates for you before we let you go?
Let's see. We in the Bay on the 23rd. We got Black Sea from RBL Posse. So we're doing a show out there. And then this weekend, Saturday,
Oh,
with the
wait,
Wonder Bar in Davis.
my
So
bad.
Henny and friends, yeah, we're Davis at the Wonder Bar on G Street. And, the show started at 9, no cover, so it's a free show. Tip the bartender.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen.
My bad for cutting you
Okay, you
off.
had something?
Hey, Caleb said send the link.
Yeah, I'm gonna send them one right now.
Okay.
All right.
Um, But I was gonna say I thought Kay was gonna say. What were you saying, real quick, Kay?
No, I was just asking about the first show. That's
Oh,
all.
what about it?
That's what I was asking about the info. Like, where was the first show again? You said he
Oh,
messaged he was in the Bay. I was saying where again because you saying he was the SOB cat. I was like, where did he say? Because it kind of broke up on my end. You know how it goes in and out. So I was like, where's it?
oh, okay.
And then I kind of cut him off when you was talking about the Davis show.
Matt Six, where was the Bay show at?
I'll get y'all the address. I don't have it on me right now. I'll get
Yes.
the address. Yep. But
There's
yeah, it's in Frisco. I think it's on like Commercial Street or something like that. Yeah, but it's in Frisco.
okay, yeah, I can go ahead and say not going to that shit. I'm going to San Francisco for shit, unless I got to be in and out. I don't go to San Francisco for a goddamn thing.
I know,
Ladies and
right?
gentlemen, here's look. Much love, Matt Six. We'll talk to you again
Hey,
later, my friend.
okay.
Here's a quick message from our friends over at Bud Light.
What if I told you that Bud gets better? Introducing Bud Love, the long-awaited herbal blend that's designed to be mixed with your favorite bud and enjoyed together, like the mixer in a cocktail. Bud Love is made from marshmallow leaf, an ancient medicinal herb, the mother cannabinoid, CBG, and rich natural flavors, including terpenes. Offering a wide variety of premium Herbal Plus mixers to complement your favorite strains. Why? Because every bud needs some love. Our carefully formulated blends improve your experience, complementing your favorite flower and bringing out its best qualities. Many bud lovers even report that it helps reduce unwanted side effects like worry, and instead creates a happy, zen feeling. Bud Love contains no cannabis or nicotine. It won't give you a buzz on its own, but when consumed together, it reduces the amount of bud needed to get the feeling you love, allowing your precious flower to last even longer. Bud Love is best enjoyed with your first bud of the day, carefully paired with your favorite strain. Choose from a variety of delicious flavors, ranging from classic to more fruity to natural, as well as tobacco flavored for those who enjoy a spliff. Mix Bud Love and flower in whatever amounts work best for you for a perfect buzz. Whether you're chilling with friends, attending a social event, or going for a hike, experiment and find your own love ratio. Bud Love's unique blends allow you to craft a happier, smoother, and more personalized experience. If you love Bud, then Bud Love is for you. Try it today and help us tell the world that Bud does in fact get better with Bud Love.
So, ladies and gentlemen, go to budlove.com. Use the promo code JAFFO for 15% off of your first order. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Uh, he's usually our Formula One guy, but it kind of seems like he wants to be on just to kind of talk a little bit shit.
Here we go.
Um, ladies and gentlemen, CJP, what's up? What's up, bro? What's up,
Shit.
man?
What up, Kay? You looking at that chat?
What's up, dude? And I'm not.
uh,
I'm gonna tell
I was gonna say I can tell you some of the trolling that he was doing. Here's one of them. So that one, and then
that's
he said that one.
hey, that's funny. Ha ha. Hey, you know who else is his best than the entire Bucks team? Gardner Minshew, apparently.
Yeah, fucking
Apparently.
Yeah.
Pro Bowler.
So since we just calling out random quarterbacks to be better than my team,
Cam
you know
Newton.
you know who else is better than my team? Trent Dilfer. Since we just saying shit.
I need Trent Dilfer on my team, bro. I need Trent Dilfer. That's
You
who
know,
I need.
you need 2009 Peyton Manning back. That's who you need.
I would even say earlier.
No, I mean, okay. What's HGH?
I was gonna say his rookie year, he had a really good year.
Yeah, that was HGH, and
That's
y'all.
what we need right there.
So yeah, we need the 15 plus interceptions.
We got to keep the same train going, you know.
Nah, I feel it completely. You know who else?
It's the only way things work out.
Brandon Wheaton, also better than my entire brother.
Yo, yes, I remember Brandon fucking Wheaton. Oh my god.
Yeah.
32-year-old out of Oklahoma State.
Yes, sir.
Holy shit. That's the oldest man that would have been me. I ain't gonna lie to you if I had a shot.
Yeah.
If they would have been like, "You want to come back to college right now?" I said, "All right, I got you. I got 2 more
32.
years of eligibility."
Okay, who is that player on Miami who's in his 9th year?
It was a tight end.
He's got a pension at this point.
He was a tight end. He just came to us. He was at Oregon actually right before us.
How is that even possible?
Shit. NCAA switched the rules around, so everybody they have lax sensitivities on what is a hardship or not. Probably, I don't know. I don't really know the basis of why they playing almost a decade.
He
You see
played
what
for
I'm saying?
Miami. I thought it was Raheem Mostert. He's been in there for 9 years, right?
No, he talking about the University of.
He went to school for 9 years.
He in college right now. He's still tight end. He just transferred from Oregon. He was in Oregon for like 3 years, bro.
I think he's well past school. He's just playing in college at this
I think I
point.
know who you talking about.
Yeah, he's a tight end. He had got hurt. He tore something. He tore something last season or the year before some shit. But he was at Oregon for sure. Because when he first transferred over, I was looking at his shit and I'm like, God damn, I was thinking the same shit you're talking about, 9 years. But I mean, Northern Illinois got a quarterback. That fucker's like my age. So no real shit. He been in college that about the same length of time.
God damn.
30s. So yeah, I mean a lot of this shit, college just letting these motherfuckers play because they trying to fill in these seats. That's reality.
Mm-hmm.
A lot
Yeah, but that would only make sense if the
of
person was actually like worth a damn,
Well,
right?
now that college is turning into like NFL, you know, or players are fucking transferring every fucking year now because whoever's offering the most pay is gonna get their guy, you know,
I
which
mean,
kind of sucks for the game, but like at the same time, I guess, right? But
so would both of y'all? So how do we get? Is that kind of like what you made your bed, you got to fucking lie in it now, or is there a way to kind of help
what they should have
improve
done is
that?
put a cap. There should have been a cap on how much they could offer a fucking 17, 18 year old. There should have been a cap. Each school should have at least gotten maybe $2-3 million total for recruiting because what they have right now, you got fucking 18-year-olds making more money than fucking, you know, Brock Purdy, who's a fucking, you know what I mean? Like you've got fucking Marvin Harrison Jr., what, almost 3 million? Fucking Travis Hunter, same thing. Like, what the fuck is that, bro? Like,
be
you
honest,
know,
I disagree with you for the simple fact that them universities is making way more money than that. Think about how many
I
people are
get it.
see those people.
Okay,
So
so if we don't do a cap rule, then we should have at least like a 1 year transfer or a 2 year transfer portal entry if you're getting paid, at least.
well, yeah, I agree with that. The amount of transfers that you have,
Yeah, because I
that
mean now the
that
transfer portals basically become fucking free agency. You got 18, 19-year-olds who got an agent out here negotiating with colleges. How much you gonna give me in guaranteed money? Like what the fuck?
yeah, but I mean, I agree with the point. I mean, it's real hard because just like what's going on with a lot of these places,
Yeah.
coaches are leaving, and then a lot of these kids stuck.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
I
I
feel
feel it. If you,
it.
I feel that if you're a Michigan player for sure.
Yeah,
I definitely feel that if you're a Michigan guy.
I'm not saying that it's on a negative tip, but I mean, San Jose State too. They just lost the whole coaching staff to Arizona. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh fuck.
And to be honest with you, yeah, because that's what Coach Brennan
Shout
had.
out to Coach Zoe and Coach Brennan and all them. They deserve being
So,
Power Five and everything. They turned everything around at San Jose
so,
State. They
right.
deserve to
That's
get
why I
that
said it's
opportunity.
not a negative thing. That's why I
Yeah,
said it's not a
right.
negative thing. I'm just saying the kids are in the same situation because, to be honest with you, as a person that lived in the Bay Area and I visited Arizona once, granted, playing in college, I would love to be in Arizona compared to in the Bay Area for the simple fact of it's, you know what I'm saying? It's more of a college environment and it's cheaper. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's about it. Like it's more of a college environment, it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Outside, I would prefer out here because the weather's better, all kind of shit. You don't see the devil in a fucking 4 month period of the year.
125-degree heat.
Yo, that shit was fucking insane. But no, and it's like shit like that. It's like it's very tough because you got talent that came there because of that. And to be honest with you, I don't wish nothing bad on these coaches, but I don't see San Jose State unless they get another good batch of coaches. I don't see San Jose State remaining where they were. I think they're going.
I was gonna say San Jose
They just
State
did. They actually in college football, the hiring that they got to replace Coach Brennan was the head coach from Navy. They ranked that as the number 4 head coaching hire in the country.
Yeah, so I ain't gonna necessarily say that. I'm just saying I am be real. I am be real.
It's a it's a completely different change.
Navy never came across my radar being like actually a good team outside of having that one quarterback that wanted to go to the league and they wouldn't let him. Like that's about it. Like outside of that,
That's
the
that's
team
the
ain't really tight like that.
the
So
Army
that's
Navy
a,
way, huh?
that is
Nah, nah,
hey
nah,
that's
nah.
the
We're not done with you yet.
but it was
We
nice.
still gotta serve, bitch.
4 more years, son. Let's go. That's the thing. That's why, because I used to think,
That's why the
how is
relative
Army and
rivalry.
Navy how is Army and Navy not competing for national championship? We got the guys who were basically our armed forces, our military, is not competing for national championships on
Well,
an athletic
Well,
level.
at
But
least,
then you look at it, it's like, well, if you get drafted, if you're good enough to get drafted, you still can't leave.
well,
They have to make exceptions for
but
you
on
at
top of
times,
that,
depending.
they might be really well coached, and they might listen really well and take orders really well, but that don't replace talent. I mean,
The athletic talent.
you can have the greatest coach team in the world, and you'll do well because everybody will play their assignments, but you're just not good enough. Like it's just the sad fact of reality. I mean, with all of them, Air Force, Army, Navy, everybody. I mean, if they got a Marine team, then shit, you might have something, but
they do, but it's a local situation. Like
because that's where all the athletes go when they ain't got grades and shit. They go to the Marines. And you think I'm bullshit. I got like 8 friends that were fucking top dogs on our football team, and they're all in the Marines. Never heard from again. Shit.
They all became Marines. Um, but it become. I like that idea of having that year. I don't know about the 2 year, the 1 year.
Well,
You
for
know,
like a year, then they transfer out right after that year. So it's like that's why I was saying two
well, but
years. But
that'll kind of put a hold on the whole transfer process. It'll make you think, like, well, if I got to go, I got to, basically, you're going to be having a red shirt year.
well,
You're not
that's
going to
the
be able to
thing.
play that year.
going back to
College football has become a professional sport, though. I
that's
mean,
Matt.
that's just become a professional sport, and the thing that sucks about it is now kids aren't going to college for school anymore. Like motherfuckers are going. Who's gonna
Bro, kids are
obviously?
getting NIL deals
But
as early as Pop Warner
that's what I'm
and
saying,
high
bro. Like,
school and
like
middle school
that
now.
shit is how
Honestly,
far they can go back, and like recruit. That's some shit, bro. Like, That's crazy.
These people are making millions of dollars on
That's
these.
what I'm saying.
Billions.
It is a $1 billion industry, and I think you know so the NIL, I would say let them do their ads if they're approached by an ad company, but don't have the school pay them. You know what I mean? Like the player owns their rights to their likeness, within reason, of course. Like they have to represent their school that they're going to, in the commercial or whatever it is, But I don't think the schools should be paying them. I think they should be able to be approached by and like an ad company, or say how KFC went with the Prime.
Endorsements or something like that.
Yeah. Like be open to endorsements and those kind of things, like so the kids can actually make some money while they're in college.
So
But the school itself actually paying it. Even though
Yeah.
again, the school is making billions of dollars off these kids on the
Yeah, bro.
field.
I don't. Does that? But what does that look like on taxes though for the school? Does that look like business expenses, and we're just catching tax breaks left and right, or like how is that shit working? Because if that's the case, then
Shit, I wouldn't know.
fuck
I
that,
wouldn't know how
bro.
to answer. I
Because
wouldn't know how to answer that question.
they're
yeah,
an
because
institution. They are getting tax breaks. They're
Oh, I mean, I
well,
100%
that's what
like.
I'm saying. Because they're already a school, right? But if they're gonna use if they're classifying NIL as a business expense, you know what I mean? Because you're bringing in guys and shit, and then they're getting even more tax breaks. That's the last thing a college fucking needs, especially the fucking tuition that they're charging for any college. For
again,
any college,
none
like
of
that's
that.
horseshit.
None of that matters when you're getting more than the tuition per player.
That's what I'm saying. You
Michael
what just
Michael
based
Penix
on ticket
enough
prices
money
and
for his entire football team
yeah,
alone. You see what I'm saying? Like he was able to fucking pull all of their tuition alone, just him. So not adding the wide receivers and things like that. So all of that kind of dwarfs all of those expenses when you're pulling enough money in for each individual person.
yeah,
So yeah, I mean, I get you, but again, if it's a small school, then they would probably have these issues. That's why the smaller schools are crying because
yeah,
they have issues. But the larger schools or teams like a University of Washington, like I use them,
yeah.
they don't have those issues.
No,
Oregon
it's
ain't good like that.
All of Washington's team just got poached.
almost well, yeah, that too, but almost what's it called? It's almost kind of like we have a situation like in F1. I can relate to that because at least in F1 during they barely, I mean maybe 3 years ago they barely installed a cap system on how much teams could spend on their car. Literally just 3 years ago, they installed the first cap because they had teams like Mercedes and Ferrari that made 500 plus million, and they were fucking sitting there and they could afford all the upgrades to the car and get it nice and pretty and fast as shit, and then you had teams like Haas or Williams or whatever that would come out, they got $100 million budget, including all the catering and all that shit. Like, you know, so like obviously they can't afford the better parts. They can't afford those kind of things, the air tunnel time, all that stuff. Like, so that kind of
So,
sucks. That's why I was saying
well,
like maybe a
it
salary
is
cap.
that way because there is no cap and a lot, and I gotta under. I really can't say too much because, to be completely fair, Texas has been a very large benefactor from all this because
Oh yeah,
the amount of money that Texas makes
exactly.
and they can be able to pay players to come there is so
Yeah.
we're getting a lot of the best of the
And now
best
that they're going to
players.
the SEC, that's free pro looks just showing up. Pros will look at guys on the sideline just because they're in the SEC. Like, so
Uh,
Yeah, but it
and
all
they already got.
like if you
Go
start
ahead, Jay.
all these parameters for this shit, it start feeling a little participation trophy ish. It's
yeah,
like, oh, let's help all these guys that can't fucking manage their business. Let's help all these guys that coaches don't know how to fucking conduct fucking proper business etiquette or even be able to fucking get these sponsors for these kids or even be able to get these kids in the right places. Let's help these guys. It's like, nah, get your shit together.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty much what it boils down to.
Yeah.
Like, you have to figure out how to recruit better. You have to figure out how to goddamn get your business together to be
Because
able to.
a lot of schools, especially small schools like Colorado State or whatever, and you know they miss out on a lot of the guys in their own fucking state because you got guys getting poached all over the fucking place. Like,
Especially Colorado now with
yeah,
Deion Sanders there,
exactly. But
and then moving to a Power Five conference.
even then, Colorado's season this year was extremely fucking disappointing. Extremely disappointing.
Their trenches
Well,
suck. Said that at the beginning, though. Everybody said that. Their trenches were trash. That's why they was going to lose games.
You know, he brought in 80 plus transfers or whatever, and most of them came from Jackson State or whatever, and you know, a lot of guys came from Jackson State. Guys came
And most
from
of them were skill positions.
and yeah, but now he's got zero fucking dogs, and you know, maybe you got Travis Hunter, right? But like outside of that, it's like what? Who else? You know, like
The number one offensive tackle in all of high school.
Yeah, they just got him.
Did they get Byron
And
Williams or
add a lot of people. They just also added Warren Sapp as a defensive line coach.
yeah?
They had to get a lot.
Byron Washington. Did they get Byron Washington from DeSoto?
I think so. I'm not
If he's the number one offensive tackle recruit in the nation, then yeah, that's who that is.
I don't know if he's tackle. He might play guard, but he's like 7'9", almost 400 pounds, and I mean he can't. Yeah, or 6'9", 6'9". Sorry, he's like 6'9".
I was gonna say 7'9". The fuck,
bro. I mean, I shit you not, dude. You see him out there with, and he literally looks like he's playing with like 8-year-old Pop Warner kids, and like at DeSoto and Duncan.
Oh yeah,
like
yeah, because this kid's pretty fucking big.
He's huge.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
I don't know about his mobility, but I know he's fucking huge. Like, you know,
like they're adding pieces. His first year, like even when we were talking about it before the season started, it's like I had a lot of faith in them, but at the same time, I said if they do lose, it's gonna be because of the offensive D line because they're small as fuck.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the issue. That was the issue. They're working on that. They have skills position.
Shador has one more year.
Shit, he got like 2-3 if you really think about it nowadays. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not entirely sure if he's gonna stay all that time.
I don't know. I feel like if he has kind of the same season as last year, then I will go to the draft because it's only going to hurt his stock even more. You know what I mean?
But yeah, that all was depicted on the fact of offensive line play.
Yeah.
So I mean, they just got a top guy. We're gonna see what they look like with a top guy because according to fucking Josh's team, all you need is one good fucking tackle to fucking get to the Super Bowl, I guess. I don't know. So they got one good tackle. We'll see what happens.
He's not good. He's great. Let's get that straight.
He's a great.
Trent Williams is a great left tackle.
He's the number one left tackle in the league, even at his age.
He's the best. He's the best NFL turned UFC fighter past Greg Hardy.
Yeah. But Trent Williams, that guy is an absolute monster, though. Like,
yeah.
Did you hear George Kittle trying to get Taylor Lewan to come out of retirement, play right tackle?
Hey,
I'm telling you, that right side of the line, bro, is like it's a fucking hazard.
He was telling Taylor, and Taylor was like, "Man, I got no right side footwork. Like that shit is never gonna work." He said no. He's like, and then George was like, "You were just saying you're ambidextrous." He's like, "Not like that." Like, he's like, "Not like that shit." Like, what the
playing
fuck?
the left side of the line is very different than playing the right side of the line.
Yeah,
that's for goddamn sure.
But hasn't Trent Williams played right tackle before? Early on,
he's been a left tackle his whole career.
Are you sure?
Not entirely.
He was a left tackle in Washington, and then he was a left tackle when he came to us.
Get a whole bunch of bullshit over there, so we don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, there's a bunch of bullshit in Washington.
So,
yeah, I could have sworn. Who fucking was it then?
Tristan Wirfs. Thinking about
that he played right side. He played on the right side for like a year, I think.
You talking about Tristan Wirfs?
Nah, he's played right
Worse
tackle.
from the
He's played.
First is at left right now, bro. He played right tackle and then he moved to left. Simpson is at left right now. That's what I said. That's what you're talking about.
yeah.
He's the one that did it this past season.
Shit. I thought it was like further back that he played on the right side, even at guard because of injuries or whatever in Washington or something. But I'm probably fucking wrong. I don't know. But
You might be thinking about there was another dude that they had an offensive line that they had a lot of hopes for, or he might have been a defensive lineman. They had a whole bunch of hopes for, but then he became like a bust or something like that.
Brian Bosworth?
No, not that. He was Seattle. That was definitely if I can talk about a bust.
Speaking of it, fucking my cannabis club that I frequent, you know what I mean, outside of going to the homie, they got a fucking raffle right now. They got a fucking Romanowski jersey up for fucking for the fucking raffle. So you buy
is it a Broncos jersey?
No, it's they have two Romanowskis. They have both sides of the bay. They have the Niners and they have the Raiders, and it's both signed.
His best years were in Denver, bro. Nobody wants that trash jersey.
Hey, bro, we in the Bay Area.
We in a recession. We did that shit back.
His best years were in Denver. Nobody wants that trash ass. Nobody remembers his shit in Oakland. I didn't remember he was even on the fucking Niners.
I didn't even know.
I didn't even remember. I remember he played in Oakland. Yeah, I didn't even know he played in fucking San Francisco.
Yeah, no, I knew he played in San Francisco. I didn't know he played in Oakland. The man had a career. He cracks me the fuck up, though. I think his best part of his entire
steroids and CTE.
I think his best acting part while he was, in the Benchwarmers, I think the best scene he ever created was where he twisted his own nipples until he fucking bled. Like that was Bill Romanowski right there. Like,
but so now, since we're in the talking the NFL, Eric Bieniemy is continuously getting screwed.
Who?
Somehow, someway. Don't who me.
No,
Eric Bieniemy. He's the this year he was the offensive coordinator for the Commanders, but he was the offensive coordinator for a long time with the Chiefs, and he was the one that everyone was saying he should have got a head coaching job. Especially what he did with the Commanders this year, he probably should have got looked over for a head coaching job, given what he had.
But John Harbaugh needed the job, so
I disagree with Bieniemy, but I'm gonna let you finish your intro. I strongly disagree with this shit now, though.
Okay, so what do you disagree with?
The reason why I disagree is who's playing in the Super Bowl right now.
Yo, that's facts.
Very easy. The Chiefs did not lose stride after he left. They went right back to the fucking Super Bowl.
I mean, they lost stride for a minute there. They had a little quick stumble in the middle of the season. When everyone
start was not great.
Quarterback, it ain't how you start, it's how you finish, right?
You right.
So that's what I'm saying. So they still ended up in the Super Bowl. The enemy has Sam Howell looking great at times, but they still were the worst of the worst this season.
You think Chiefs got away with one against the Ravens?
A little bit, but
got away with one how?
Lamar throwing in the fucking triple coverage was a dumbass decision.
That was a dumbass decision, but there were a lot of calls that fucking refs missed and a lot of calls that they got for the Chiefs during that game.
I agree.
A lot of PI, a lot of holding, a lot of fucking quote unquote late hits that came in on Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, game go if you leave it close.
Yeah. That shit seemed a little fishy. It looked like NFL had something going on with Taylor Swift, and she had to come in and, we need Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl because that's the only way we're going to get her there because they can't get her for a fucking halftime show.
They're going to get her next season for a halftime show. She's going to drop an album.
She won't, bro. She won't.
I'm telling you, watch.
if they're
Gonna
not
be a
gonna pay
breakup
her, bro,
album.
she's not gonna do it.
Bro, I'm telling
That's
you
a
right now,
businesswoman right there.
they're gonna have a breakup and she's gonna get to the Super Bowl because of how much love the NFL showed her this season. So that played a part. The NFL showed her.
You think they're gonna break up?
Hell yeah. That's what she do with all her fucking love.
I ain't gonna lie, they
album.
I ain't gonna lie, they look really happy together, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I ain't gonna lie to you either. A lot of people look really happy together and they break the fuck up. And
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know, Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie, I get it. Yeah.
She was with one of the Jonas Brothers, right? They looked happy as fuck together. And they broke up and she dropped the album.
Yeah. They looked happy as fuck, and she was talking all that shit about him. Women are. That reminds me of a Golden Arm. I'm not gonna go smoke a bowl with you because I don't smoke. I'm not gonna go out drinking with the guys with you because I don't drink, and I'm not gonna go chase women with you because women are poison.
No, he said my dad says women are poison. And for those of you who have not seen, for those of you who have not seen the legendary show Blue Mountain State,
I'm going to Blue Mountain State. Hell yeah!
the Legend of Golden Arm episode was probably the funniest episode I've ever seen.
Holy shit!
That shit was too good. The drug Olympics too
That was
was
fucking epic, dog. Ain't no
Yo, honestly though, hey, can we give a shout out to Alan Ritchson for not being the typical Spike TV fucking actor that just couldn't make it out of there?
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, the man he's fucking huge. He got huge for Reacher, bro. I mean,
he was already big when he was fat.
He wasn't this big.
Well, not this big.
You know how many times they called that man a kaiju in that show? He was like, yeah, you're going to have 5 special investigators and a kaiju coming down your throat. Like, okay, pause that. But
yeah. Say it like that, I'm phrasing. But it's like it. So now, and Belichick still doesn't have a job.
Belichick's done, bro.
Call it quits.
I think he should. I think he should fucking retire.
Should Darth Sidious finally just fade away?
Another season like this, bro, and the fact that Robert Kraft just doesn't hire black people, you know, or anybody who runs, you know.
They got Mayo as the head coach.
Or who?
What do you mean? Rod Mayo.
I meant players.
Sorry.
He's
saying he doesn't hire black coaches as head coach. That's how much Bill fucked up. That's basically what he's saying.
Damn.
Bill fucked up.
Wow.
I'm also saying
Belichick fucked up so bad that he cured Robert Kraft's racism.
Maybe, but also, you know, the fact that he will never they'll never let him draft anybody who runs a sub 4.5. I mean, it's just sad. It's sad at this point.
The reason why people haven't gotten Belichick, and this is according to social media, all these insiders and stuff, what they've been reporting. The reason why teams have been saying no is because during the negotiations, they're butting heads on the point of the total control part. Bill Belichick has been so used to being the head coach, general manager of the team for so long that he's not willing to give up that power, regardless of where he goes.
Well, shit,
teams are not willing to give him that kind of control.
Well, no, because you have to look at at the draft stock. He got lucky 3 times. Wes Welker, Julian, or 4 times. Gronk and Tom Brady. He got lucky. You didn't go to those fucking drafts and look at those guys and go, that's going to be a Hall of Famer right there. I mean, maybe Gronk, but like, not anybody else. You know, The one year they had a star wide receiver and Randy Moss, they go undefeated and lose in the fucking Super Bowl. Like, how the fuck? The one team that should have went undefeated
But
lost.
that had nothing to do with Belichick. That was all of the Dominican mommies in New York praying trying to catch that fucking pass. We went over the field, but she wasn't on. It's all
Plexico Burris.
No, it was David Tyree. Remember that?
Well, the first one was David Tyree.
Yeah,
and then
that's what I'm saying. That's
wasn't
what
the
all
second
over
one
Rodney Harrison.
Oh,
all
shit.
over Rodney
I
Harrison.
forgot that's who it was.
Yeah.
Yep. Rodney Harrison is on the receiving
I'm
end
pretty
of
sure
a
he had
David Tyree. Who? David Tyree helmet catch.
No, we looked up his stats and everything, Caleb. So we ain't gonna go down that rabbit hole again. But I will say this: he didn't deserve any of this shit right now. Like we remembering his and all this. Nah, he
David
didn't.
Tyree.
David Tyree does not deserve to be a household name the way he is.
Like
No,
you wouldn't even look in.
no, you can't have one good catch your entire career. And then
When the catch is that at that point, that is going to be iconic forever.
nah.
So, but yeah, I will. I agree with you somewhat. I mean, I think that I don't seriously think his Belichick is that naive to not understand that he can't have the GM power. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm pretty sure he's intelligent enough for that. I personally feel like
Apparently not.
no, that's what I said. I don't think it's that. I think he don't like the GM. These places and
He probably butts heads with the GM and shit.
Yeah, like he probably don't like the motherfuckers. Because again, remember, he's been around for a long time. So he know these motherfuckers. And these motherfuckers know him. So he probably don't like these motherfuckers. He know how they draft. He know how they pick up because he studied everybody for 20 fucking years with Brady. You see what I'm saying? So he saw all of the how people draft and shit like that. He's like, yeah, you're not going to draft correctly. So, I mean, and as far as that, when Jessica Simpson was in the Dukes of Hazzard, that kind of shoot that to shit.
When she came in with the pink jersey and the bedazzled 9, I knew it was over for the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, that's because she didn't talk to Kyle Juszczyk, his wife. So
that was before that. I think that was before even Kyle Juszczyk. I think Christian Juszczyk, I don't even think was born yet. You know, that was so long ago. Or she was a child at that point. They wouldn't be able to have that conversation. Shout out to her getting the licensing and everything like that to be able to make all this stuff. That's
sick.
fucking dope.
Honestly,
that's awesome.
And shout out to Kyle for making sure she get credit for shit. The fact that he was on every fucking Instagram post and was that's my wife. Thank you very much. Fuck the bullshit.
NFL, let's go. Hey.
Yeah, we didn't know anything about players' wives.
Hey, you know what's funny?
Hey, what, Kay? Hold on. What'd you say, Kay?
No, I said I missed the days where we didn't know anything about these players' wives.
Yeah, that was nice.
Because, I mean, they can do good things, and then they can talk a bunch of shit, and then your husband don't perform in the fucking playoffs.
Yo, the sad reality is, if the Chiefs lose, 100% every motherfucking Chiefs fan is gonna blame Taylor Swift.
Oh, that's a fact.
Either it's gonna be Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes' fault that they lost.
And if the Niners lose, they're gonna blame that practice field.
Why Brittany Mahomes catching strays? Like, why?
You know why? Bitch is crazy. I mean, it's 20 degrees outside, but here the fans look thirsty. Let me just get this ice cold champagne and fucking throw it on them and shit. Fuck that. Like, you know how ignorant you have to be for that shit? I'm sitting in my press box with a heater, but you know, y'all out there in the cold, but here's some ice cold champagne for your thoughts. What the fuck?
Well, apparently, Patrick Mahomes' father is also going to be there. Posted bail.
He posted bail? What do you mean posted bail?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
Oh, well, for those of you who don't know, obviously CJ who doesn't know, and those of you at home who don't know, Patrick Mahomes Sr. Um, was pulled over for his third DUI, um, which, given the circumstances, he could now be facing 2 to 10 years in jail. Um, it has been reported that he is going to be attending the game in support of obviously his son. So we'll see what comes out of that. Even though really at that point that's kind of their own business.
Oh,
But Patrick Mahomes is
UIs?
So he got
Patrick
pulled
Mahomes
over.
has had. Go ahead, Kay.
He got pulled over and he damaged someone, or he just got pulled over.
I think he just got pulled. I don't think he hit anybody. I
But
don't
to
think it
have
was a.
3 DUIs like
That's it's kind of that whole 3 strikes law type of thing.
Do they have that in Kansas City?
Is he
I don't
living in
know.
Kansas City or is he living in Texas?
I don't no. Well, he got pulled over in Texas.
Okay, so he's probably living in Texas.
Okay.
That
So
shit sound kind of stupid though, because Texas really don't give a fuck about like drinking and driving.
that's what
I'm just being honest.
He good.
Because my Theo Johnny, I mean, he'll leave, you know,
Shut up.
and it's like,
Stop ratting
how
on
do you get
people.
home?
Definitely gave your whole fucking family member up right now. I'm gonna just be real
I
with you.
was saying, like, damn, just
Gave them all the way up.
completely thrown
What if
under
you
the bus.
and shit? And he was just like, "What?"
He'd be
But
laughing. I ain't gonna lie to you.
so what do you, to get a third DUI in Texas?
I mean,
If
he had
they're
to have been
already
fucked up. I mean, not just like I'm a little buzzed. I mean, he had to have been fucked up. I mean,
or they just smelled the fucking weed.
you think Patrick Mahomes Sr. smoking weed?
He said we smoking on that Joe Burrow pack after they what? Smoking on Joe Burrow.
that people are like, oh, he's talking about the cigar.
Man,
Okay.
yeah, he talking about smoking weed with Marshawn Lynch on the NFL fucking
Well,
network.
I mean, I do give credit to Joe Burrow for bringing back the old cigar look. You know, the Joe Namath type shit.
That shit was
I
tight.
mean, he got to win a Super Bowl first, but still, like, you know,
Well, he did it at the national title when he won a national title.
yeah.
So
But
I
I mean,
mean,
he kind of brought it back, and maybe Patrick Mahomes Sr. was probably thinking about the cigar or whatever.
Yeah.
But there's too many potheads in this fucking nation to sit there and actually think that people aren't going to take that cigar and think there's weed in it. I mean,
Man,
100%. That shit was loaded. At least 3 grams in there.
that's so much. That is
I'm
so much.
the person that smoked a fat ass cigar on my birthday, you can get way more than 3 grams in there, fella. I'm gonna go ahead and let you know.
Oh
Probably.
yeah, I was being light with it, but yeah.
Yeah,
When I was
that was
when I was gonna say when I was in college, they used to do they would ship in the y'all ever heard of Frontal Leafs?
that's what I smoke now.
They used to ship those in from New York, and man, the tobacco leaves are fucking huge.
I would say I've seen he pulls those out, takes the scissors out, cuts a piece
Yeah,
of the leaf off, and
yeah, they used to
yep,
do
seen
that
him do
shit,
it.
and you could fit. But I mean, again, 99% of it just ends up getting burned off. Like because
Oh no.
there was a couple. Well, I mean, yeah, if you do it right, you shouldn't have that much.
Yeah.
But what they used to do is they
I was
used
about to
to
say Kay was like, I was about to go off on somebody right now, wasting all that
That's a
shit.
Babylon team.
bro
Babylon.
when they no when they would roll those things up, the homie would literally just like he would do the entire leaf. But like it would be a party or whatever. It wouldn't be just like us and the homies, you know, like a couple of us that we just roll. It would be like for a party. He'd roll the whole fucking leaf. And one day he tried to do it with my stuff, and I was like, hell no. I'm not doing that shit. You can take that shit, you can put it somewhere else, but I ain't putting it in that. I'm like, I'm not even gonna get a taste. Fuck that.
How much? Okay, first of all, with that leaf, how much can you put in it?
You could damn near put an ounce in that with that fucking leaf.
You can for sure put over an ounce of that bitch. I
At
get
least.
facts.
That
I'm
you
smoking.
know, the
I'm
tobacco
smoking.
leaf is the actual tobacco leaf itself is fucking huge.
Yeah.
You've seen the ones that K has or whatever. Imagine rolling that whole. Yeah, absolutely. You can fit at least an ounce in there, at the least.
Yeah, that's definitely the least end for sure. The low end, for sure, for sure.
You
Like
know.
because
Wow.
the fucker's wide, like it's long and shit, but it's wide as fuck.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, and then some of them fuckers be like, bro, no bullshit. I can probably put my foot in that fucker. Like that's how big they be sometimes. Like as far as width and shit like that pose and all.
Size 14 foot.
16.
16. Jesus. I had 14 in my head because I remember you saying you had a size 14 by a certain point. Was it in college that you got a size 14?
No,
Or
I was
just
in high
after
school.
high school?
I was in high school senior year. I was a
Right.
13 and a half, 14. And I had all them shoes. That's why I said I moved out here. I had 50 some odd pair of shoes. I had 2 suitcases just full of shoes when I moved out here. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Which
was
is
saying.
16 now. God damn.
Now, I got a bunch of shoes, but it's like it's hard for me to find shit. So I'll grab some and then just hold on to that fucker till I choke the life out of it. You know what I'm talking about?
So Caleb, he was trying to. You had an ounce on you, and he was trying to put all of that into that.
Yeah. I was like, hell no. I just got back from Colorado. Hell no.
Hey, look,
Everybody was like, we'll just throw in a little bit. I'm like, you better cut that motherfucker up. Because I'm not fucking, hell no.
hey, look, I'd have gave that fucker a dime. Hey, a
The
penny for
fuck?
your pulse.
It was just one of those like, why would you
Here's for the
think that's,
back end.
huh?
So here's a little for the back end. Fuck
No,
that.
not even that. I'd be like, I'll roll my own shit. Fuck that. I ain't smoking out the entire party. You fucking crazy? Like, hell no.
An ounce in a. I'm telling you, Mizzle. An ounce in a. Like I'm trying to imagine it right now. What that would look like. That's literally out of a fucking Cheech and Chong movie. That
Teaching.
you
Yeah,
just see.
Oh, has never.
bro. It's if you were to roll the whole leaf long ways, right? You'd have a leaf about like you'd have a fucking cigar about this
Stop, I
fucking
was gonna
thick.
say, stop fucking moving around.
I'm
Maybe.
trying to. I start pacing. Sorry. Like this fucking thick and about a foot and a half long, bro. Like it's just fucking
Jesus.
stupid. It's just fucking stupid. You can't even like you can barely smoke the shit because it's so thick and nobody knows how to roll that shit. Even if they are from fucking New York, like nobody knows how to fucking roll that shit.
Well, I can't speak
I was
for
about to say, how do you roll it?
everybody, but I definitely can roll that, fella.
You know, but
How? That's
it's
like
it's a you got to
instead
roll
of
it at
like this, it's like
you
this.
got to roll it at a diagonal, and
What
the leaf has
have
to
to
be
have it
like
on the
super
table?
pliable and straight.
Yeah, table, parchment paper, so shit won't stick to the table and just do your thing like that.
Yeah. You ever seen a cigar rolled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the same process, but when they're trying to like stuff a frontal leaf full of like marijuana and shit, the ends always get fucked up. Always. Because a lot of the time, unless you are a fucking professional cigar roller, you can't get the end right.
Roll better than the bitches in the back.
You know. The end of it or whatever ends up falling apart or it gets too thick and you end up fucking feeling like you're smoking out of a fucking toilet paper roll.
Mm.
Yeah, bro, like that.
That was a
Like
real
that.
tough experience for you, fam. I promise you, them New York fellas did not do you right.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said hell no.
I'm hearing your transgressions, and I'm like, man, I would never.
That's why I said no.
I would never.
But like they would try and do that because they thought it was cool and shit. And I'm like, man, y'all just gonna sit here, you know, you gonna smoke half that thing. You'd be like, are you high yet? And I'm gonna be a quarter of my blood, just baked, legs broken.
Look, see that I feel bad for you. That was a very rough experience for you.
It
And
was.
uh,
I guess when I come to California, we're gonna have to roll a whole goddamn leave. You're gonna have to show me.
man,
Cause
look, they didn't shout out to New York for not fucking putting on Corey. And all y'all. Y'all gotta, say something.
Somebody needs to have a conversation with somebody because that just
Yeah,
and
y'all
and
gotta
the motherfucker was born and raised in Queens, and that's why I was so upset.
oh,
I was so upset.
oh man.
He used to go to the fucking what do they call it? Bodegas and shit.
Yeah.
He used to talk about it all the time. We go to bodega, we get this, we get that, we get chopped cheese, this. I was like, damn, this is a real New York motherfucker, right?
that's real. No.
One of your fucking Pokemon.
It's like, fuck, man. Some bullshit. Yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying, dude. Just boo. Ugh. Some bullshit.
That's the word.
Oh shit! And it just came and just destroyed your hopes and dreams of what you were gonna get. Um, speaking of Caleb, I want to ask you this real quick. And Kay, I practice field situations, right? When we're talking about the Super Bowl, when we're talking about the Niners and Chiefs.
Yep. Here come the excuse.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I am not going to make the excuse of the practice conditions or anything because my head doesn't register that way. My head registers if you can practice in that come game time, you'll be fine. That's how my mind works.
Whoa, what's going
There
on with
shouldn't be really a
practice?
huh.
What's going on with practice field?
So the Chiefs are able to practice in the Raiders facilities, whereas the Niners have had to practice at UNLV's facilities, which are all outdoor. And right now in Vegas, it's been pouring rain. And they have, the grass field and everything else like that, whereas the Raiders, all of their stuff is indoor.
So wait, why? What? How does this even fucking happen? For one, how does that even fucking happen? That one team gets the professional fucking facility to use, and the other team. This is why I fucking hate the NFL sometimes, because of the fact that they make so much fucking money and they can't afford to put both teams up in a professional fucking facility, whether they fucking have different practice schedules or whatever the fuck it is, that they can't get these guys a fucking indoor facility. And honestly, if I'm the Niners, fuck that shit. We're going back to fucking San Francisco or Santa Clara. We're going to practice there because it's going to be inside a dome anyways. We'll take the good California weather, whether it's fucking, I don't know what it's like in Santa Clara right now or in the Bay, but
Out here
It
too.
was 50, 60 mile an hour winds just a few days ago.
Yeah, it's rainy as fuck out here too, dog.
in
Yep.
but like,
It's not much better. What happened in Vegas is definitely what happened here.
but the fact that we can't get two professional teams to be able to have fucking indoor practice facilities and be able to have the
Well,
same
it
practice
was also
facilities.
it was also said that it was addressed and or like brought up. I shouldn't say addressed because nothing happened in the process.
So
The Chiefs were unwilling to adjust their practice schedules to kind of accommodate, the Niners and their practice schedule. Now, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm going, it ain't our problem.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to take any
Of
advantage I can
course,
get. I'm going to be
of
honest with you.
course, of course, as they should,
That's
as they
just real
should.
shit.
But what I
You
have a
know,
problem with is when Taylor Swift starts coming in, waving her money around, and saying that the Chiefs need to get this facility.
that's
And
not what happened. That's not what happened.
I'm a
But
billionaire.
it
Put
is.
him up.
But I'm not. I'm not going to sit here and be that fed. Oh, if the Niners lose, it was because of this situation. Like, no, I'm not going to say that at all. Because again,
If
if
anything,
you
it
are
should have been
able
tougher.
to exactly, if you are able to be efficient when the elements are shitty, you should be able to be efficient when the elements are not a factor. When you're
Hey,
going to be playing in a dome.
Hey,
this
look,
the
to be
shit I
honest,
was laughing at.
my
I'm not
boy,
gonna lie, I'm fucking laughing, and I'm dying right now because like all of the Swifties are like trying to predict the Super Bowl, right? And they're talking about, oh, you know, the date that it's set for it equals number 13, and Taylor Swift's gonna do her 13. We talked about this, Josh, and Taylor Swift's talking about her 13th album, and then she's gonna do this, and it's just like y'all keep speaking that into existence, y'all gonna fuck up because Brock Purdy's number 13 as well.
he gonna get him the
And
win.
they don't even realize it. They're so fucking far and up Taylor's ass, they don't even realize they're speaking the wrong number into existence.
Probably.
And
But
if anybody wants to take a bet, if Brock Purdy wins the Super Bowl in the next 3 to 4 years, he will have a movie come out called Mr. Irrelevant.
they
And
gonna
it's
have
going to be the story of Brock Purdy.
they gonna have a movie
Unfair.
career already. That's already in the works because he's the starting
That's
point
what I'm saying.
team that they did win. But no, I'll say
And
this.
they're going to have that iconic scene of
My
Nick
homeboy,
Saban telling him that he's a piece of trash and he's not going to be
Yep.
able to make it.
That he's trash.
yeah, no,
Your
I
accuracy
don't
is
believe
dog
he
shit.
what he is.
Like, how you go and
They
recruit somebody
completely.
like that and talk about their game like that?
Yeah, I could definitely fucking go in, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, they already know they're gonna make a movie about him. Like that's
And
gonna happen.
that, yeah, and the fact that he went with Joe Milton, right?
Jesus.
And he said Mac Jones was a better quarterback. No. Who he had before? Oh, he had Bryce Young. Oh, okay. Never mind. Bryce Young was an okay college quarterback. Wasn't the greatest, but he was okay.
CJ Stroud, too.
Yeah, but Stroud wasn't.
Stroud was this last year, but I'm talking about in college wise and everything around
No, I'm
that
talking
time.
about Stroud wasn't even at Alabama. Stroud was at
No.
Ohio State.
That's okay.
But
So as far as back to what we were talking about, my homeboy that's a Niner fan, he said that if y'all lose the game, it's gonna be because of Ambry Thomas.
who?
I can agree with that.
Who?
I'm literally reading the message that I'm talking to him because I don't know y'all team like that, so this is a Niner fan.
And yet your opinions are so strong. This is why I'm so weirded out by some of this.
Yeah, I'm literally because I'm having to talk to Niner fans all day. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Well, then you're talking to the wrong ones because those are the ones that are frustrating me now because you're getting your information off people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
I'm not getting my info from them. I'm saying you just agreed with one of the people I get my Niner information from.
Oh,
So
okay, but
I,
Ambry
Wait,
Thomas,
who are
yes,
y'all even talking
somebody,
about?
that's what I'm talking
he's
about.
one of our. He's a corner for the Niners.
Oh,
Yeah. So as far as who I'm combating, that's who I'm telling you about. Who I'm combating.
well,
Not what.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. The Chiefs really don't have anybody who's like that guy at receiver besides Travis Kelce. But you've got guys for Travis Kelce. Fred Warner can cover the entire fucking field, and Greenlaw likes to fucking hit people because he's just that guy. I don't know what the fuck is his problem, but he's got some major childhood trauma if he's hitting people like that.
They're not flagging him for it.
Nope.
I feel you, but at the
It's all
same,
clean.
Pat Mahomes beat 97 degree weather. He ain't beat the Dolphins. He beat that weather. Ain't nothing the Niners can throw at him that God didn't already throw at this motherfucker week 1 of the playoffs.
Well, I mean, he played the Dolphins in Kansas City, right? And it was one of the coldest games ever fucking be played. We
He
already.
broke his
I
helmet,
know y'all already
Caleb.
talked
He
about
broke his fucking helmet, Caleb.
Yeah, I know. Because
His helmet went.
the temperature was too cold. The shit didn't flex like it should have. But and honestly, any other fucking day, any other stadium, the Dolphins go out and kick the shit out of the Chiefs.
I don't know.
I really truly believe that.
I don't know.
Because Tyreek Hill,
And
and the team that the Dolphins had, they should have beat the fucking Chiefs.
I don't
I
know.
think that's the only game and the only set of circumstances of weather that allow the Chiefs to win. Then you go into the Baltimore and play the Ravens, and the Ravens, they choked harder than fucking Jimmy Garoppolo. They choked harder than that guy, and now we're here with a little bit of help from the refs. But I truly believe that, because on paper, we all know this, the Niners have a better football team than the Chiefs. Maybe not as good of a secondary, especially with Ufanga gone, and
Yeah, the
but
secondary
on
is the
paper,
liability in this whole thing.
yeah,
There you go.
But there's just so many fucking weapons on the 49ers side of the football, and the fact that now we have seen that Brock Purdy does not lose his cool when he goes down. When he gets down on points or whatever it is, he's fucking there. He's present. He's Hey, bro,
Hey,
17 down at the
I'm
half.
not. I'm Kay. Look. I just want you to understand this, Kay. Me and CJ, we disagree on a whole lot, about the same as you and I disagree on a lot of shit. I did not feed him none of this. I got it. This is straight up from him.
No,
This
bro.
ain't from me.
When I was watching that game, I thought
I've
that
been
shit was
trying to make
over
this
with.
argument forever, but I don't. I
Bro,
don't get it.
I was right there with you. When I saw that first half against Detroit with the Niners and shit, I said, "Oh, here we go. Brock Purdy showing his true colors." That's the first thing that came out of my mouth. Oh, this game's fucking over with. Brock Purdy, always showing his years, or his year, I should say. He's showing his, and then this fool comes out and fucking does what he does.
What do you do?
Because by all means, he did put the team on his back. It wasn't on anybody else. It wasn't on Christian McCaffrey. He said, "Get on my back. We going to the Super Bowl." And I don't know what your stance is on that, but you gotta at least admit that.
He doesn't give him all the credit because of the fact that he has all those weapons. He penalizes him for that.
What weapons? I said y'all got three offensive weapons. Three.
Four.
Brandon Ayuk is one of those guys, for sure.
I said y'all have three. And I keep trying to get you to understand that game, your defense woke up. It had nothing to do with Purdy.
Bro, you okay, their defense woke up, but they're still 17 down. Exactly. It's not like defense scored any touchdowns. Brock Purdy carried that team in the second half. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Then they got a turnover downs and 2 fumbles or a pick or something, right?
They
gave the offense the opportunity to capitalize, and they did.
And they did. He went
like
out
any
there
good offense should.
As far as
and
the defense,
he made plays. But here's the thing: the plays that they needed Brock Purdy to do, he fucking went out there and did it with his legs, with his arms, with his decision making. Like, he did all of that.
I gave Josh 3 plays where I said Purdy did his thing in 3 plays. There was 3.
And all those were his rushing plays, right?
No, he threw one pass to fucking
2 of them were. That one where he escaped the sack and he threw it to Juszczyk on the sideline.
Now that was one, and then
that was low key some Aaron Rodgers
ran like
right
2
there.
runs. The 2 runs and the Juszczyk throw, and I said those are great. But outside of that, he was throwing to the wide open person, and they were scheming. The coaches were scheming the right scheme.
Yeah.
That's
But
coach.
at the same time, bro,
That's it.
you can have the right scheme.
To the wide
You
open
can have all the fucking, because it's been the same scheme for the past, 4 years, 5 years.
yes and no.
But
And
this is
no.
the first
The
time
mind
he's
of
had
the
a
game is
quarterback that can actually
situation.
slow the fucking game down and find the answer in the offense. Because that's how and Purdy said it himself. That's the way Kyle Shanahan's offense is. There's always an answer for it. For whatever it is that the defense is, it's just he has to go find it. And he goes and fucking finds it.
Hell no. Hell no. I said your defense they had to wake up this last game. Because if they didn't wake up, it was gonna be that.
Yeah.
It would continue
100%.
that same way
But you had a 17-point swing, and
we can give Brock Purdy credit with giving the defense credit as well. We can do both things simultaneously. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
I understand that that's a potential thing, but is that the situation here? Absolutely not.
I truly believe it is, though.
I gave him the credit for the plays he made, and then I gave the defense credit.
But those were the most pivotal plays of the game.
Yes and no.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Because those were big plays in the game.
Those were the biggest momentum shifts of the game.
Detroit doing risky ass plays, giving the Niners chances.
Dan Campbell didn't have one play call that he did not.
They would have won the game if they would have just continued playing fundamental football instead of trying to.
Bro, they were playing. They played Dan Campbell's game all the way through, and I don't hold Dan Campbell. There's nothing wrong that Dan Campbell did at any point.
Anything was wrong. Again, you being risky, I didn't say it was wrong. That's a risky situation. You took a risk. If you'd have just played fundamentally like how normally.
Is it a risk when he has that kind of a conversion percentage? Is it really that much of a risk?
Again,
that's what I'm saying.
When he has that kind of conversion
I've been saying it the whole time. Why wouldn't he think he could fucking make it?
The same thing doesn't mean that my point's going to change.
Okay, so if you're a head coach and you have a 80% conversion rate,
nigga, sometimes you just kick the ball. You don't have to just continue play how you normally play. Sometimes you have to play outside of the ordinary.
But the moments where he did go for it, right, outside of when time was getting stretched, right, outside of that, 4th and 3, midfield, right, it's not like he was going for it on the inside of his own 20. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't doing that shit unless, clock, made him.
Right.
But what I'm saying is the fact that Dan Campbell didn't, when you have that kind of a conversion rate, it's not really a risk. And then he has 2 drop balls that were easy conversions.
Yeah.
I feel you. I feel you. Even though your percentage is high.
And it wasn't that the defense was playing good, because those
it's
motherfuckers
just that the wide receivers straight out drop. Yeah.
They were just straight up drops.
100%.
Easy completions that they dropped.
So bounced off their chest type of shit.
There really wasn't like a whole lot of shit that they could have done or whatever. It's just shit happened the way it happened, and Brock Purdy took full fucking advantage of it. You can't go out there with, honestly, in all honesty, bro, do you think Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance would have come back from 17 like that?
Well, until now.
Fuck no. That's the answer. Fuck no.
Now, Jimmy Garoppolo was the only quarterback that took him to the Super Bowl. Until now.
No. You're getting that wrong. He did not take us fucking anywhere. Our defense and our run game did. He was riding he was Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfering that shit. That's what he was doing. Jimmy Garoppolo was the Trent Dilfer of the fucking 49. He was riding the coattails of a good defense.
In order to even get to the Super Bowl, I think Jimmy Garoppolo had less than 20 throws in that NFC Championship game.
He had 8 throws.
He had 9.
He had 9 throws in that game.
9 total.
Say that Jimmy G led them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because that's not what happened.
That's not what happened at all. Raheem Mostert said, I'll pick up the slack because our quarterback is trash.
I'm going off of y'all metrics. Y'all sitting here giving Purdy credit for the defense stopping Detroit. That's what happened.
Yeah,
Purdy,
bro, but you can stop him right on offense or on
Okay,
defense.
but
You can
here's the
stop him,
difference.
but he's
Here's
still
the
got to go
difference,
score the
Kay.
points.
Here's the difference. Brock Purdy, Jimmy G, both had great defenses, right? But who's the one who converted and got it done when it needed to get done? Brock Purdy,
no,
not Jimmy G.
y'all
When it
didn't win
needed
the
to get
Super Bowl.
done, when it
Y'all
came
didn't
to
win the Super
clutch
Bowl,
time,
bro.
when it came to
Jimmy G
coming from
played next season.
you, hold on,
Y'all
you
haven't won
forget
yet.
you forget a lot of that 0-30 record from not being able to come from behind by 5 points or more. That 0-30 record that the Niners had, that was under Jimmy G's fucking tutelage.
Mm-hmm. Because y'all had to receive.
Rarely were they behind like that with Brock Purdy throughout his time as the starter
But
as
when they
the
have
quarterback for
done,
the
yeah,
49ers.
he's brought him back.
Look, I feel you. Also, I also feel the fact that it's a good thing that Brock Purdy got CMC. That's amazing.
It
But
helps too. It
It all
helps any
helps.
quarterback. It
It
would
all
help
helps.
Patrick Mahomes. It
But
would
exactly.
help fucking
I mean,
Jared Goff. It would help anybody to have
but
CMC.
but
He just
Help,
happens to be
that's
on
the
the
thing.
Niners.
help Jimmy G. It would help Jimmy G.
It would
Because
have, but he had Raheem Mostert at that time, who was putting up
on the
at
same
that
caliber
point
as
in the
CMC,
NFC Championship game. Raheem Mostert was putting up better numbers than CMC
even with
Didn't he
has.
that
set
good
an
season,
NFL
even with
record
hold on,
for that
even with
game?
that good
Yes,
season,
he set the NFC Championship record in
He
rushing.
set the
even
NFL
with that,
record.
even with that good season,
Oh,
is he
thank
on
you,
the
Dub.
same caliber as CMC?
Caliber? No, but during the playoffs,
Does he
during
have
that playoff run,
does he have the
during that
same
play.
intangibles?
Oh my gosh, we're not
No.
hearing that. Like I'm not at all saying that Raheem Mostert
I
is
hear
better than CMC or anything else like that. What
no,
I'm telling
no,
you is
no,
during that playoff run,
Hang on,
Raheem Mostert
let
was
K
a
talk.
different
Let K
monster.
talk. Hang on. What were you saying, K?
Look, the man had great stats in that season. Yes, he set a record. I get it. But the full thing with CMC is his intangibles.
Yeah.
Thing that he's able to do on the
Yeah.
football field.
Well,
Raheem
because you can line
Mostert
him up
was a
fucking
kick
anywhere.
returner and a running back.
You can line him up anywhere.
Anywhere. So again, that changes the dynamic of what a quarterback and an offense is able to do. So
I mean, yeah, it opens up the
fucking
playbook
better
for
advantage.
sure. For sure, it definitely opens up the playbook. But
So
you again,
when you talk about Jimmy G was only had Debo and Kittle, and he had a running game. He had Jeff,
He had Brandon Ayuk.
doggone Elijah. He had Raheem, all running backs. They catch the ball, but not like CMC. So they had running backs that can catch the ball.
yeah.
They didn't have another
No,
fucking
yeah.
receiver in the
I get
backfield.
that. I get that. But at the
That's
same
all I'm
time,
saying.
bro, running backs, receiving running backs, wide receivers, and they'll all tell you the same thing. They are only as good as their quarterback. Because at the end of the day, they can't get the ball unless you can get it to them.
Well, yes and no. So here's the
No,
thing.
it's not a yes and no.
I
It's not a yes
CMC had a
and no.
situation where he didn't have a good
Take it
quarterback.
from me. I get blamed all the time.
I feel you on that, bro. But I'm saying, as far as CMC, he didn't have a situation where he had a good quarterback before he got to the Niners.
But that's what I'm saying.
So he had
So
to be
Brock
able to do
Purdy's a good
everything
quarterback,
because
is
he
what you're
was still
saying.
able to produce in that Carolina.
I'll say by default, he just said Brock Purdy's a good quarterback by saying that.
No, I did not.
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying
did. You
CMC has
just
been in
said
a bad
he didn't have a
situation.
good
So
quarterback, and now
when you have a fucking good ass offensive line, you have a good ass coach that can coordinate things. Because again, I
Oh,
got
now he's a good coach. Before he's B
I have to
Rabbit,
give
now he's
him
a good coach.
credit because again, you keep trying to cut me off when I say little things and don't finish my full point. No, I don't believe he's a full coach, but I have to give him credit for having 4 receivers over 1,000 yards. That's your point. That's the point you made. So I'm giving him credit off of the point you
he
made.
got 4 receivers over 1,000 yards.
So again, I gotta say he's a good coach. That
He's a
don't go
good
to
coach, but
his
you,
scheme. His
bro.
scheme.
How is that no credit to the quarterback? How is
No,
that no credit to the quarterback?
why the fuck would I? Why the fuck would I in that situation? Kyle Shanahan was
Be-
doing that shit before him, right?
no, he didn't have
He wasn't.
quarterbacks
He
who were
wasn't.
able to
He
push
didn't
it
have a top
downfield
offense.
like this.
He didn't have a top offense before Purdy.
No.
A top rushing offense, not a top passing offense. He never had a top
If
passing
I remember
offense.
correctly, they
With
were
Jimmy G or
7 yards.
anything like that, they were
Hey,
never close to breaking
the Niners gonna
4,000
go to the
yards,
Super
okay?
Bowl. They've been saying that
They
shit.
weren't even they weren't even close to breaking 4,000 yards passing any year. They were mid when it came to passing, especially during those Super Bowl runs. It was all in the rushing and the defense.
Hey, you about to make me look up these goddamn stats. And the last time I
Go
said that,
ahead.
do it. The last time I said that and I didn't do it, I listened to you with the CMC shit, and I was right when I looked it up.
Brock Purdy just came off a UCL tear in his elbow and broke the franchise record in passing.
Hmm.
What are we talking about?
Right. Okay.
No other quarterback in the 49ers has during Kyle Shanahan's era has sniffed
It's crazy.
4,000 yards, let alone the franchise fucking record.
So how much did he break the franchise record by? Let me ask you this, because I feel like that
Over 100 yards.
that 17 game might have mattered. That's the only reason why I say that.
He didn't play the full game the last game, and I think there was one game he didn't play. It was Sam Darnold who played.
Which that was the last.
I think it was out of the 16 games that he played. He didn't play 17. He played
So he
16.
broke it in 16. Okay, well, that's tight then. Great scheme, coach.
He's got to get the ball there, bro. You can't just put it all on scheme like that. Because if that's the case, bro, Kyle Shanahan's scheme would have already won him 5 Super Bowls.
Wide open, bro. He's an NFL quarterback. He can throw the ball. I mean,
some of them they're not wide open, Kay. A lot of them they're good. He has to get it there.
They are open.
It's not like
they are open. They are open, yes, but there are a lot of other throws that he's way more than that.
Well, no, here's the thing. Yes, they are wide the fuck open, just based on scheme. I get it. But this is the first time we've actually seen in Kyle Shanahan's tenure as head coach for the 49ers. This is the first quarterback out of all the quarterbacks that he's had. This is the first one who can actually deliver with pressure in his face.
Hey, let me ask you this. This Purdy season right now, is this better than Matt Ryan's MVP season?
100%.
Oh man. All right. Okay.
Do I think Matty Ice?
Let's see how far off the cliff y'all don't feel.
I think Matty Ice?
I'm gonna say I'm pretty sure Matt Ryan threw for over 5,000 yards that year.
I was about to say, bro, what are we talking?
So first and foremost, but when it comes to all the other numbers like the QBR, like the QBR, all that other kind of stuff, it wasn't what Brock like the yards per attempt. Through, and again, that means through the air. So again, I don't understand where the dink and dunk narrative come from when you're averaging 9.6 fucking yards per pass through the air before somebody catches the ball. I don't understand how that's considered dink and dunk. But hey,
I said he was getting the ball to CMC and Debo fast. I didn't say he was dinking and dunking. You just took that as dinking and dunking.
No, but
getting the ball.
Hey, you literally came on here and said dink and dunk. Come on now.
But seriously, though, can we honestly say
when
that?
I said the shit, I said I didn't mean that. Like immediately after I said that. But
can we honestly say though?
I was just like, that's not what I meant.
But hang on.
To playmakers fast. I corrected it right then.
That's the same thing.
Can you at least say this, Kay? Can you at least say this, that Brock Purdy is the only quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's ever had under his tenure as a 49er head coach that can actually deliver the ball under immense pressure?
We'll see.
We have seen. That's what I'm saying, bro.
We'll see.
All the blitzes in his
one
face.
of the first downs on that game-winning drive was a 25-yard pass to Debo where he had a defensive lineman barreling down on him, and by the time he threw it, he was already almost on his fucking back.
He was. There are so many throws, and
this was against Detroit.
In his short career, bro, There are
This is
so
what I'm
many
saying. You're
throws
not
that he has
watching. That's what I'm
had
saying. You're not getting it.
somebody in his face,
Come out the
and
game
he is holding that ball for the longest point that he can
at the moment.
because of the timing of the route.
Play.
And he knows he's going to take a shot, and he stands in there and he fucking delivers it. That's Hall of Fame shit. That's Ben Roethlisberger. That's fucking, that's all of the greats. All of them do that.
Beat Garcia about 2 yards. That's tight.
But you can't do that if you're saying he's getting it off that fast. If you're getting it off that fast, that means the routes are generally short. If you're getting the ball out,
Tom
off
Brady
of
made a
one
career
second,
on dink and
one and a
dunks.
half seconds, K, that's where I'm saying, like, you're not saying dink and dunk, but you're kind of inadvertently saying dink and dunk.
You putting a time frame on my words. I didn't say that at all.
No.
Put it in the perception. Again, you can how fast.
Well, that's the thing. Tom Brady's offense was dink and dunk. That was 100, and we can all agree on that. That Tom Brady's, until he got Randy Moss for that 1 year.
Thank you, Deb. Not by 100, but still got it.
Yeah, that's why I said he beat him by 2 yards. Yeah, that's what I was reading. That shit tight though. He beat him. It's still tight.
That's amazing that, especially in his first year being drafted last in the NFL draft.
Yeah, it's tight.
And the fact that he's been able to do this, and because of the fact that he's played a lot of fucking football in college, and I don't understand why pro scouts just haven't. They just refuse to believe that a person who's played more football than any other, than the guy who's played 1 year, but because homie looks good on paper, and his intangibles, his height, his weight, his strength, all that shit. So many guys like Brock Purdy end up getting the shit end of the stick.
Again, we knew about him because he was at Iowa State playing against Texas.
His senior year, he looked like absolute shit. So
he did.
That'll be
that.
He what?
It wasn't great. No,
he won what? Four games, 4 or 6 games, or something like that. His senior
something
year.
like that.
His junior year, he looked good though.
Yeah.
So
he beat Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, but we can't sit here and act like one bad year or one bad game or something is going to actually define how good somebody. We're expecting people to go fucking perfect nowadays before we have any sort of criticism. We're doing so much of that we're not acknowledging what he's actually fucking doing.
No, again, at the same time, if you're supposed to be progression or regression, that's what they're looking at.
And this is definitely progression.
Again, you can say that now because of the system he's in. He's able to develop with this coach. Again, I don't feel like he's.
Okay, so I feel like I know where K's coming from. If you were to
can't do this anywhere else.
Any other system.
Like I'm saying that the boy is ass. I'm saying that he's not there yet. I've been saying this the whole time.
I can see where K's coming from, because if you stick Brock Purdy in any other system, I don't think he does as well.
The fuck out at all.
I don't think he fucking holds a quarter to most quarterbacks outside of this system.
Can we say that for most quarterbacks though who are successful?
I've been saying this the whole time.
Patrick Mahomes would be successful
Tom Brady
anywhere he went.
Belichick, he might not be Tom Brady.
Patrick Mahomes would be successful with anybody other than Andy Reid.
Most teams, any other team, yeah.
I don't.
Maybe not like the dead last teams. You know what I mean? Who have no O-line.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. If we're gonna really actually let's talk about it. Like, are they good 20? Enough to where they would be able to bring a dead to last team
to go to any team
into the conversation?
20, out of the 32, if Mahomes is going to go to any 20 teams, the top 20 or whatever, he would be successful.
Okay, 100%. And then under that, the bottom 12.
The bottom 12. Who cares about the bottom 12? Nobody cares about the.
Well, see, that's the thing. Anybody, like, if we're taking them and putting them on an already team that's already have promising, they're mid tier, they're looking to go up, then yeah, you can. Of course, Patrick Mahomes would probably elevate that squad to another level. But I want to see what he like. If we're gonna have that conversation, let's have to the grassroots. Would he be successful on a bottom 12 team?
He'd probably be decent. Like they'll probably be like a wild.
What is
Honestly,
decent?
They'll
okay.
be a decent as a
Patrick
wild card.
Mahomes would
What I'm
be
trying to
great
say.
on
If
any
decent, he'll
team
make the
except for the
wild card,
Bears.
and they probably lose. That probably be his ceiling at that point.
I
Because
think the only team
hit
that
him there.
Patrick Mahomes could not be successful on would be the Bears.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't agree with that because they got
They
number,
have DJ Moore.
bunch of number
They
two.
have Komet.
But they have no fucking offensive line. And case in point, Justin Fields will tell you all about it with his medical history.
Yes, and yes and no, because a lot of these teams don't be addressing their offensive line because their quarterbacks can run like that.
Yeah. But again,
And Patrick Mahomes can. We're not going to sit here and act like the Kansas City offensive line has been
because they're the
beautiful
most
this year.
they're the most
Either.
penalized
I know their
offensive line
offensive
in all
line
of football.
ain't worth a damn. Donovan Smith was on the Bucks. I
Was
know
it?
he's capable.
I ain't gonna lie.
Motherfucker
I
had
ain't
the
gonna lie.
most penalties with Brady. He had the
The
most
fact-
penalties in the league with Tom Brady.
The fact that we go an entire regular season and the Chiefs are the number one penalized offensive line in all of football.
Makes
And
sense.
then for whatever reason, all of that shit just stops when they get in the playoffs. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder.
Dub, sometimes I don't know whether you're trying to help me or trying to be against me, but I love the unbiasedness. I'll give you that.
It's not 4,000 though.
That's crazy.
It's sniffing it at least, though. It's at least sniffing it.
Yeah, because you was talking about he was nowhere near.
I was talking about he wasn't sniffing it. That's at least sniffing it.
That's at the fucking door, sweeping. For sure.
Yep.
So, no, that's what I'm saying.
tough.
So now think about that. Now really think about that shit. Now add CMC to that. If that's what his stats were, thank you, Dub. You fucking helped the shit. If he right there at fucking 39.78 without CMC, add CMC to that shit. Are you fucking serious, dude? Like, that's
I want to see what the receiving numbers were between the backfield at that time. Because what CMC does is hold on though. That matters. That matters in this case. Hold on, that matters in this case. Because if we were basically, because CMC can do both things on his own. He can rush and he can catch out of the backfield on his own. He can do that. Before we had CMC, we had a 2-3 back system. One was a receiver, one was out of the backfield. So we have to kind of look at those numbers. If those two backs kind of equal about the same numbers as what Christian McCaffrey was doing on the receiving end, not the rushing end, on the receiving end, then it's the same argument.
Yeah, so
there's not
backfield.
The fact that you even have to have that conversation of if there was two guys that could match Christian McCaffrey, then we'd have no. It's not.
I'm not sitting here saying like without Christian McCaffrey, those stats wouldn't be there.
All that does is
I'm telling you,
Christian McCaffrey's draft stock.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, it's when it's divided under two people or amongst two people instead of just one guy.
But that's what
yes, I'm putting more on Christian McCaffrey. Yes, but if you put it in the same situation, like I'm talking about, the stats are the same.
But that's K's argument.
The stats are the same among two as it is among one. So even if you were to put CMC with Jimmy G, the two stats for the running backs, they wouldn't exist because CMC would be doing it all himself. So those numbers are still relatively the same. That's what I'm saying. There's no. I understand the elevation in talent, but that's what I mean. You can only use one running back instead of two running backs. If you were putting the same numbers with two running backs as you are with one, then the argument kind of null and voids itself. Yes, Christian McCaffrey is that guy. He is that much of a better player. But if his stats were the same as those two, it's kind of the same argument.
Touches, then CMC supersedes that. If he
I wouldn't lie. I wouldn't doubt if he did. To be honest,
but like you can't have that argument though, because of the fact that you're sitting here comparing two different players to Christian McCaffrey.
I'm not comparing the players. I'm showing you the stats, the result, the outcome
He's saying
of the whole
like
thing.
that, which I'm saying
I'm not talking about the player's athletic ability or their ability to be able to do something with the football. I'm talking about the outcome, which is the stats.
making me look this shit up on my fucking phone.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm asking. Now, again,
I'm
if I'm
not.
wrong, and
See the
again,
reason. Well, here I think this is where me and you differ, Josh. Because the reason I hold Brock Purdy in such a high standard, it's not because of the stats. It's not because of the, you know, it's because of what he does when the pressure's on, when he's got guys in his face. That's the only reason why I hold Brock Purdy to such a high standard, is because of the fact that we've seen him countless times standing there and take a shot while he's delivering the ball or whatever it is. I don't really care much about stats, but that's the kind of quarterback that makes it in the league for a long time. That's why I say Brock Purdy's the best quarterback that Kyle Shanahan's ever had. As a 49er head coach, let me be clear about that. But that's why I say that Brock Purdy is that guy. It's not because, he's putting up all the stats. It's because of the fact that he's being able to do it while he's got pressure in his face, while he's down points, while he's, those kind of, Joe Cool standard. You know what I mean? As far as 49er quarterbacks go.
I understand, like with leading receiver, with 239. I'm talking about with all the running backs, like with their stat totals and stuff together in the receiving end. What is it, and is it close to what Christian McCaffrey did by himself this past year, which I
I'm
believe.
pretty sure Christian McCaffrey probably had more.
Touches, receptions, all of that.
He had more than all of that. Yeah, 100%. But when you have a guy,
I want to.
there's not a tailback in this league that can hold the candle.
I honestly don't doubt that. To be honest, that's what I'm saying. Like I honestly wouldn't doubt it.
Back in this league that can hold the candle to Christian McCaffrey. Not one.
So then we're in this situation now, Phil. We talked about it.
Bro. Hey, look, we're done. Argument's over.
Argument's
Argument's fucking over. You gotta be fucking kidding me, Josh.
Go ahead, Kay. Give it to me.
So Dub just said right now, in 2019, the year you had that fucking goddamn.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
Juszczyk had 239 reception yards.
Right. That again, I already answered that though.
I didn't hear that part. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no,
it's breaking up on my end.
No, that I at that point I was like, yes, Kyle Juszczyk was the leading receiver as the running back, like leading running back receiver. But I wanted to see the accumulation of all the running backs that year, what the receiving yards were.
CMC took the offense to another level.
If the top guy,
I agree. I agree.
If the top guy had 239, there's nothing they can have underneath to even make that shit make sense.
No.
Well, how many did Christian? Did he have 1,000 receiving yards this year?
That's the fullback.
Or did he have 800, like 900?
Bro, think about it.
He had 1,000.
If it's 800, everybody else got to have 200 yards just to even compete. Everybody else, that's 4 people with 200 yards. Is 800.
How much? Mostert in 2019 didn't have anything out of the backfield. Really?
Not as a receiving back.
Interesting.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you, like CMC.
I thought we used him in that way. To be honest with you.
No. Raheem Mostert ran through people's faces. He wasn't sitting there catching all these backfield balls.
Yeah, he was more of a zone. He was more of a zone.
He's a zone read running back.
Special teams too. He was returning shit too.
Yeah, he was returning things as well.
But CMC is just a whole nother level, and we have to give them at least that.
No, I.
But when it comes to Brock Purdy, that's the reason why I like Brock Purdy so much, is because he'll stand and deliver. And not very many quarterbacks, especially in this fucking league today, will stand in there and fucking take the shot. They'll take the sack before they take the shot. You know what I mean? They'll just crumple up into a fucking paper ball. Like,
that could be his upbringing, to be honest. He a country boy, probably had a, you know what I'm saying?
Tough. He's used to people.
Whatever it is.
Yeah,
whatever it may be.
I agree with that. I can agree with that. Those are the type of quarterbacks with Caleb overall points. Those the type of quarterbacks that
Really
like,
make it in the league.
yeah, I can.
You
I
know, the
can
Aaron
agree.
Rodgers,
Again, that still doesn't take away from the fact that I'm not slandering, buddy. I'm just saying he ain't ready yet. He ain't there. I don't see that how that's much slander. If he ain't there right now and y'all going to the Super Bowl, just think about how fucking much he can actually bring y'all. Like, it's not like I'm saying something that ain't true.
He's not out here saying that Brock Purdy fucking sucks. And the
But,
only
but
reason
I'm
why the
trying.
Niners
What does he mean? What does he mean by he's not there yet, though?
bro,
I'm
he's
not seeing it.
because there's still times where his consistency can drop off for a sec. He's really, but that's why I say he's really good at coming back, strong and clearing his head and slowing the game down. That's the type of shit that, when you see that, you get real fucking hopeful because you get a guy that, he's used to being down or, he's been in that situation before and he can calm it. He can calm himself,
But how many
able to.
quarterbacks have those slumps? We had Josh Allen who just threw 18 interceptions this year, but they're still talking him up like he's
Well,
Josh Allen is
he's the
6'7".
chosen one to take out.
But that's
So
because Josh Allen has intangibles that they're gonna, he can throw the ball fucking country miles, so they're always gonna choke on him. It's gonna happen. But when you have a guy that's like Brock Purdy size, there's always gonna be doubt because of the fact that he doesn't have all the intangibles that the NFL considers a successful quarterback. You know what I mean? And also like all the way the game's played is completely fucking different. But for Brock Purdy to just even at this age, I mean, once he becomes super consistent and doesn't get hurt, doesn't get, into trouble, when he stops doing that, that's when he makes it. I think that's what Kay is saying. But right now he does show a lot of inconsistencies at some points. But like I said, he's really good at reining himself in and simplifying it, which a lot of people can't fucking do. And that's why they struggle. But again, this guy, that like Kay said, it's probably something from his upbringing, But like he's always been that guy that can slow it the fuck down, and that's why I say he's going to be a great quarterback. It's really just that. It's just the fact that he can slow the game down at any point when he wants to.
Situation where it's like y'all going. I mean, I don't like to say that because I mean it affected my team, but it benefited Caleb's. But it's like
this is what I'm talking about here.
Say it again.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
The stats.
Gotcha.
CMC himself this year had 564.
I'm reading it, bro. I see it.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
What you talk? What?
Now that we have CMC, so even with CMC by himself, there's still a lack of 200 yards. So that just proved my point even more with Jimmy G. Like he had 200 more yards with his running back,
right,
than he did through the air.
Hey, Doug,
with a spread of different players.
Can you factor in the rest of that backfield, please? Can you factor in the rest of that backfield for 2023, please?
There ain't nobody.
Yeah,
Juszczyk is a part of that backfield right now too. You got to remember that.
Juszczyk is a part of that backfield, yes.
Right. So can you factor in the rest of 2023 in those stats? Because you got one guy that had 554, and they had goddamn 719. All right, so that's 160. You only need one other person.
So then that would mean
you don't even really need one other person when you have a back that can produce like that.
That's what I'm saying.
You really don't.
That's my point. That's 100% my point.
You don't.
No, and I agree because of the fact that we have CMC,
but
we don't need to use this many running backs in order to get those numbers.
Josh, yards is
but there's still 200 yards unaccounted for.
Okay, but think about it.
That's 160.
Yards is one thing, but touchdowns is another.
I would say how many touchdowns amongst all of
I
them
guarantee you,
did they
all of
have.
those. If he were to take those stats from those 5 guys or whatever that y'all had running back by committee, CMC had more touchdowns than all of them.
Probably in total through the air and rushing. Yeah. Total touches. I would
And then on
probably,
top of that,
say at
you
that
have to
point.
think about yards per catch. How many yards CMC, and yards after
Well,
catch.
does it matter? The total 564, whether it's yards after the catch, right when it doesn't matter. 564 is the total. The yardage is the yardage.
Right.
That's
Well, here's the thing.
regardless of how he got it, it is there.
Juszczyk was your leading receiver, but he was acting as a tight end at that time, as a fullback. So he was like downfield. Most of his receptions, he was downfield.
And to be honest, when we got Kyle Juszczyk from the Baltimore Ravens, I still think that was a gift from John Harbaugh to Jim Harbaugh at that point. Because we got the best receiving fullback in all of football.
You got a tight end. You basically fucking landed Gronk at fullback, is what you got.
You did. Nice.
Essentially.
Fuck. Hey, you know who I think can be like him though? Hopefully he can develop. He on Tampa though. Cole Keith.
I was gonna say Sam Laporta.
Sam Laporta is way better than you.
But we're talking about like a fullback though, right?
Type. You know what I'm saying? A tweener. But
a fullback with that type of skill.
Cole Keith, he's our fullback tweener type. He's nice, bro. He's nice. He's nowhere near Juszczyk's level. I feel like if he gets some development, he can be close to where he at. Because Juszczyk is nice, bro. He for sure.
Juszczyk is crazy.
To mention him when I talk about y'all offense, so I apologize on that. But bruh, nice for real. Bruh, nice as fuck for real.
This year, hold on. Yeah, this year, Kyle Juszczyk had 119, 14, and 31. So what is? I'm not doing my math right now. 119 plus 31 plus 14.
That's 160. Fuck. It's not enough. It's like 3 yards short. It's like
3 yards short. You see what I'm saying? That's like they superseded the number.
It's funny as shit. Oh,
they superseded the numbers of everybody else because again, you had one person doing everything. You don't need everybody else to do that. But when you look at the numbers, the outcome,
same amount of people.
Jimmy G had more.
So I know y'all are up to date on NFL shit. Was there actually talks of the Niners trying to go get Saquon Barkley?
Yeah.
Before the CMC trade happened, yes, there were talks about that.
Okay, I had just seen a video recently, like 2 weeks ago, them talking about Saquon Barkley, and I was like, "Wait, what?" Like, I was confused because they already had CMC. I'm like, why would they fucking pay Saquon Barkley like that? Because he's not leaving New York for nothing else short of $100 million.
Juszczyk didn't come to the Niners until after Shanahan's first season.
That's right. That's right. Still, nonetheless, it was a gift from the Ravens to the 49ers.
He's nice as fuck. I give him credit.
Yeah. But like, as far as Brock Purdy goes, that's why I say Brock Purdy's going to be a great one, is because of the fact that he can sit there and stand and deliver, which you don't see second-year quarterbacks fucking doing. You don't see it. When's the last time
Especially ones after that major surgery on his major surgery on his elbow the year before in the NFC Championship game after that?
I'm not talking about all that.
Like that's crazy. You got to add that in there though. That's fucking crazy.
When you have the team that Kay says y'all have, and y'all absolutely do have that team. It doesn't take much, but at the same time, I can see where you're coming from because, that's your team and all that stuff. And I get the fact that Brock Purdy has done what he's done. His second year, he breaks the franchise record and stuff, but like the fact that
by 11 yards,
he's not, and that's why it's gonna be fucking scary. And I really do think K means it as a compliment that he's not there yet. I truly do. I truly do, because I haven't heard him say like Brock Purdy fucking sucks. Not once. Not once. And I know you keep hearing that every time he comes up with something about Brock Purdy, but he hasn't said that shit one time.
But when I make the argument about like the certain plays that he makes
Yeah, he
to
has to go make the
get
plays,
it done, to
whatever.
have like,
But
I'm
it's
saying
not
it's
like a
consistent.
fucking he has to do that every single fucking play. That shit comes maybe once, twice in a game that he has to go and make a play with his legs or has to make something happen or, you know, shit like that. That happens maybe once or twice during the entire game because that line is so fucking good. And defenses can't just disregard the fact that they have CMC in the backfield and they can just focus up on Brock Purdy. And I think that's a lot of where Brock Purdy's success comes from, is the fact that defenses can't just hone in on Brock Purdy because there's so many guys that, you know, oh, you're going to start blitzing the shit out of us? Okay, we'll just run at your face with CMC.
9.
Oh, you want to back up? Okay, we'll just, you know, we'll hit an under route, right? Then we'll come back and hit you in the face again with CMC. Next thing you know, we got a play action over the top for a fucking touchdown. It's really
if it
hard
ain't
to
broke,
game
don't
plan for
fucking
the
fix
Niners.
it.
It's really hard to game plan for the Niners.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You hear that, Kyle? If it ain't broke, don't fucking fix it.
You know,
Stay out of your own head.
Pat Mahomes
Stay
had
out of your own fucking head.
negative 27-degree weather.
but
Bro.
at the same time, Patrick Mahomes, if
It's
he's
still Patrick Mahomes.
you know, if you give him 15 seconds, he'll tie the game. That's the kind of guy that Patrick Mahomes is. You know what I mean? Like you have to have the ball at the end of the game with the lead, and you can't let go of it at any point.
If we're averaging over 5 yards a carry on the ground for the Super Bowl, I don't give a shit what. Like I love Brock Purdy to death.
Okay, but were
If
they
he
doing
somehow
that?
got the Super Bowl MVP, cool. But if
Were
we
they
are running
okay?
over 5 yards per fucking carry,
Okay,
just
Josh.
keep running the ball.
And in that game, those two games where y'all were averaging over 5 yards a carry, were you averaging that same amount in the second half?
He was talking
No,
about
you
In
know
those
why?
games.
And we had leads, so we should have, but we didn't. Because again, Kyle
Is that a
Shanahan wanted to
scheme
get
issue?
fucking cute. That was a Kyle Shanahan, definitely a scheme issue, but that was him getting in his own fucking head. He already had the lead, so why are you throwing the ball? In the
Because it's
fourth
Patrick
quarter,
Mahomes.
we were up when we had that 10-point lead in the fourth quarter. Guess how many possessions Patrick Mahomes had within 5 minutes?
What, 5? 4
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
why? Because none of the 49er fucking possessions
Because 10-point lead is
lasted
not,
over a minute.
bro, a 10-point lead, it
Caleb,
does not cost you the game.
I'm sorry. No, bullshit. You know as well as I do,
Not with
when you
Patrick
have a
Mahomes
10
on the
point,
other side.
stop it. When you have a 10-point lead and you are averaging over 5 yards a carry, 6+ yards per carry, you run that fucking ball and you can be able to just keep him off the goddamn field.
Not if
That's
they're
the
not
point.
averaging the same average in the second half. If they're averaging 3
Because
or
they
2
went
yards in
away
the
from
second
it.
half.
Kyle Shanahan got too cute and wanted to try and give Jimmy G the credit from all the criticism he got in the
No,
NFC Championship
no,
game. Got his
no,
own fucking head.
no,
He
Josh.
decided he wanted to
Josh,
throw with somebody who couldn't get it done.
there's no goddamn way in any fucking world where you
That's what
have a
happened
10
when he was
point
with
hang on,
Atlanta too.
where you have a 10-point lead over Patrick Mahomes. And you go, I'm gonna run this clock out. I'm gonna play scared.
And we had a turnover in the fourth quarter, by the way.
But again, that doesn't mean like you're sitting on the other side of Patrick Mahomes, the guy who can score from anywhere on the field with
And look
Tyreek
at this
Hill.
too. Look at this too this year. We have CMC. Guess where the Chiefs rank in their run defense this year. Go ahead and guess.
Oh, let me check the comment. Yeah.
Guess where they rank
What, for this year or for that year?
for this year. For
Well,
that year, they weren't great either, but for
that's
this
what
year.
that's what I'm talking about. Is that year with Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan? I'm sorry, a 10-point lead is not a fucking safe crack bet in the fourth quarter with Patrick Mahomes on the other side. Kay knows this. I know this.
But that's what I'm saying. This year now, if we're averaging over 5 yards a carry with CMC with the ball, and we are up 10 points plus, there's no fucking reason why we need to be throwing. Just keep feeding the ball to CMC. Let him get his Super Bowl MVP. We all walk out of their Super Bowl fucking champions.
We talking about B Rabbit here, Josh.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm fucking afraid of, Kay.
We talking about B Rabbit here.
That's what I'm telling you, Kay. That's where it's getting annoying. Because where we should be running the ball, he's not fucking running the ball. He gets in his own head.
He trying to look like he's smart.
Again,
I don't know.
they
Bro.
already call him a fucking genius. They don't need to do it anymore.
Kyle Shanahan looked over on that other sideline and said a 10-point lead is not safe. We need more points. And I can see where he's coming from. Because Patrick Mahomes can score in 15 seconds, especially with Tyreek.
You know you don't have the guy to make that happen. You don't have the quarterback to make it happen.
Everybody thought Jimmy G was the guy. What do you mean?
I want to say that. I want to say that you ain't had a guy. I would just say, even with
they
that,
paid him like he was the guy. Shit.
His playbook, he's probably shrunk his playbook real significantly, and it got real vicious for him. And that's more of why people be losing to the Chiefs. They get caught in the allure of what Pat Mahomes and them is. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying that 2019 year with Tyreek Hill, bro, they could have scored from at any point, at any time, whenever they wanted to.
Well, I agree with you because they were the exact same.
This year, yeah, it's different.
But when you keep them off the field, they can't.
Trying to how to beat them at their fucking height. The Bucks, like they didn't even score a touchdown in that Super Bowl, so we showed.
The line went off.
You know what I mean? It's just more the fact of people get caught in the allure of Pat Mahomes. It was the same thing what happened with Tom Brady. A lot of people get caught in the allure of the motherfucker sometimes.
Well, I mean, also the fact that Tom Brady doesn't hold the ball longer than fucking 2 seconds.
Well, true, but Shanahan was up 25 on Tom Brady and got caught in the allure.
Yeah.
That shit.
Well, he was an offensive coordinator too, so at that point, he wasn't the head coach, was he?
Dan Quinn was.
He was OC, but at the same time, the offense was still your call, my guy. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah.
So,
I get that.
At that point, you could have definitely ran the fucking ball.
Peak fucking Chiefs, bro. A 10-point lead is not safe, even if you are in the fourth quarter.
I agree, but at the same time, the
defense was making Patrick Mahomes look pedestrian that whole fucking game.
Even the last week of the Chiefs, like them playing the Ravens got caught in the allure of the Chiefs. Everybody get caught.
I don't think the Ravens got caught in the allure. I think.
Come on, bro. We had top three. We had a top 3 rushing offense, and they had the 18th ranked fucking defense. Like, come on, man.
I know.
Defense.
We no. There's no reason why CMC shouldn't just go off. I understand, like, people want to, get the story with Brock Purdy and everything else like that. And now, if there's plays that need to be made and he makes the plays, good, awesome, needs to be done the right way. But we need to run the fucking ball. We need to run the fucking ball. Keep Patrick Mahomes off the field. That's the game plan. Keep him off the field. You keep him off the field with these long 15, 16, 17 play drives of us just running it down their fucking throat, tiring out that defense. We will dominate this team the same way the Bucks did. Because what the Bucks did was they got out early, the defense held them, and then they started running the ball to keep Patrick Mahomes off the fucking field, and there was nothing he can do about it. So there's nothing he can do about it. The Bucks played it the Bucks played it the way that the 49ers should have the year before against them in 2000.
Where did the Ravens run game rank?
They were like top three, bro.
this year.
They were like top
You
three.
definitely top three, definitely top three.
So if they're a top 3 running team, they should have had what 250, 300 plus yards on the ground against the Chiefs. If what you're
Yeah,
saying is
but
true,
guess what the Ravens decided to do?
he had to throw 20 times, and most of those fucking
Over
came.
20 times.
I know, but most of those came in the second half, late third
They went.
and
The
fourth quarter.
Baltimore Ravens did the same thing. They went away from what they do
Because
best.
they were down, they had to come back. They had
Well,
to fill
at
the
that
hole.
point, yeah,
But
they
if
had
you
gone away from it well before that. They had gone away from it well before that. Running backs were nowhere to be fucking found throughout the entire game.
Hey, 2019, they were ranked 26.
It was
Ooh,
even worse. Come on, bro. It's proving my fucking point. It's
they
proving exactly my goddamn point.
Dub just put that up, but they won that year. Ugh. At least
That's
they
what I'm saying, bro.
better this
With the
year.
26th ranked fucking defense, I don't get 10 points is more than enough. Run it down their fucking throat. Keep them off the goddamn field. There's no excuse for that.
It
There's
makes
no fucking excuse for that.
that's what makes that a little more funny.
Ravens were the number one rushing offense in the NFL this year.
Hey, that makes that a lot.
And they went away from it.
That makes
They
that
went away from it.
2019
They,
makes
like Kay said, they got caught up in the allure.
me cry now internally. I'm dying. I'm dying.
You understand why it hurts even more, right, Kay?
But that's what Dub
When
just
I
said.
say that,
That's what Dub just said, and I'm
yep,
just like,
yep.
it's hilarious. It's even funny because it's like how you punk up with a team that was like bottom of the barrel. They were the bottom of the barrel run defense, and y'all just punk up. Like that's why I be saying Kyle Shanahan, bro, he be rabbit. Like it makes me sound smarter. He is B rabbit. I'm talking about he is prone to watching Wink fuck his girl. I think he get off on that shit. I don't know. Like he's really cool with somebody
This
else.
is why I have it in my headline. We want Papa Doc because I want him to graduate from B Rabbit to being Eminem destroying Papa Doc on stage and leaving him speechless and walking away with the title. That's what I want to see. I
Nah,
want to see the evolution. I want to see the ending of the story here.
look,
That's what I want to see.
I feel like y'all it's even some gonna happen this year where y'all gonna do some dumbass coaching decision because it happens every year where y'all do something fucking stupid. Y'all do something fucking stupid. Last year when
was it
Purdy
2
got hurt,
years? A year after
tell
Jim
me,
Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl, John Lynch said, "Get the fuck out."
John Lynch wasn't on the. It was still fucking what's his name, Balky.
oh bulky,
Oh
okay.
God, bulky.
York chose Balky over Harbaugh.
I forgot about that.
Harbaugh went 8-8 too.
He
That
went
year he got
500
fired.
season.
Hey, so yeah, that's why I'm saying y'all continue every fucking time do something dumb. Y'all do something dumb as an organization.
But
So
honestly, John Lynch ain't stupid.
he ain't stupid, but
I
y'all do
don't think,
shit.
and I think John Lynch has the right head on his shoulders. I think they were just missing 2 pieces in the last Super Bowl that they went to, was a quarterback and a running back.
Mm, mm.
And now they have both.
And now they have one and a
Kyle
half and still
Shanahan
not
said
Super
it
Bowl.
himself. He's been able to open up the offense with Brock Purdy. He's able to do things with
He
Brock
can.
Purdy he was
Yeah.
not able to do with fucking Jimmy G. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That is a fucking fact. He's
Yeah.
been able to open up the offense completely with Brock Purdy. He couldn't trust Jimmy G with that type of shit.
Kyle
He
Shanahan
can with Brock.
hyping up his young quarterback to build his confidence to what's
But
going on.
at the same time, bro, y'all went out and paid Jimmy G. And you can't say that Kyle Shanahan didn't have any say over what his contract was or anything like that. Kyle Shanahan wasn't in homie's ear talking to him like, "Oh, this is our guy." Everybody thought Jimmy G was the answer.
But that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's the product of what these coaches have. Like they're pretty much producing so in the season to when it's giving that authority that they can have honestly anybody
Yeah.
to shit.
Yeah.
So I mean that's what I was saying with the shit that you going on. I mean I get it. I get it.
So if Brock Purdy, if the 49ers win the Super Bowl and it's mainly because of Brock Purdy.
I don't think that's happening.
Unless Brock Purdy throws for 300 yards and 5 touchdowns,
I don't
it's
think
not going to be the Brock Purdy show.
it's not gonna be the Brock Purdy show, bro. It's literally gonna be fucking CMC and these
And
guys.
even if it was the Brock Purdy show, he wouldn't get the credit for it because they would be more. He's more than likely throwing to Christian McCaffrey
Yeah.
and everybody else, but mainly
Or
Christian McCaffrey.
Debo or Brandon Ayuk or
Well, I feel like
so what? So does like the backup guys like Conley and Juwan Jennings, do each one of them need to have 100-yard games for this to be proven?
I would say at least 3 guys have to have 100 yards receiving. That's not Christian McCaffrey in order for it to even be considered a Brock Purdy coming out game.
Okay. Would you agree with that, or does there need to be a little bit more to it?
No, the thing is, like I said, I highly doubt that's happening because it's not like they're gonna stop y'all main fucking sources of fucking income. So I can't even fucking fathom this going on because y'all main sources of income is still gonna fucking come.
Yeah.
Now, if these guys weren't playing in this game, and then he goes out and motherfucking win the game, then I'll be able to give him some credit. But
if CMC goes down in the Super Bowl, Lord forbid.
Again,
right?
If you just say they don't play,
Or what if they shut down CMC?
that's not happening, bro. Like let's be.
I'm just saying, if they shut down CMC and they
And then
force
y'all throw
Brock
it 30
Purdy to
times
do
and
it,
lose. Is
Like,
that
yeah,
still
not
Kyle
been
Shanahan's fault?
that's what I'm saying. Like, where does it need to?
What do you mean? I'm literally telling you what it is. Like you making it seem like you want me to get like they got to be fully staffed and then like no, your main source of income is the reason why he looked like the way he looks to y'all. That's what
So
it
he
is.
needs to be. So for him to get any credit, he needs to be doing it with scrubs.
Bro, like goodness gracious, like bro, you have the top running back in the league and a top receiver and a top
So that yes,
tight end. Like
yes, is what he's
you
doing.
have riches
He
and wealth.
can't have any weapons for him to get any credit.
My point of saying that is you continue to make it seem like you keep trying to answer for me because you keep trying to make a narrative for me, and I'm not. I'm telling
Okay,
you,
that's what you're saying.
That's not what he's
you're not
saying.
accepting what I'm
Listen to
saying.
what he's saying, Josh.
You're not accepting what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is you sit here and said another quarterback put you in the same position without the same amount of yards and he wasn't this good and all this shit. But again, he didn't have one of these guys. He had the other two and he still went to the fucking Super Bowl. So again, those two
The
guys
Niners are
clearly
the Niners are absolutely 100% have been the team to beat in the past 3 to 4 years.
So my point of saying that is it's like, dude, you have like
You
good
have all the weapons that you
weapons.
could ever ask for.
Yeah, like y'all have basically a fucking all-star team, dog, and then Purdy is able to develop with this all-star team. That's what's happening.
Yeah.
He's learning from guys that are at the top of their craft. And then you see here and say Trent is the best old lineman in the league. Well, but he's telling this motherfucker how to read, how to fucking do this, how to do that. What do you think the old line is telling him? He's teaching him what's going on. He's learning from so many different people, bro. He's learning
And the
from
fact
so
that
many different
and that's why I say kudos to him for being such a fucking sponge. Because holy shit. I don't think I could ever even think about kind of grasping that amount of information in that short of a time.
So my point of saying that he's just not there yet. It's fine. He can win the game, and then you know what I'm saying. Everybody can give him credit because he's still young, and they like, well, say what? Because they trying to support their team. Because again, like I said to you last week, what is the only negative that they say about the Niners? Purdy. Purdy's the only negative they say about y'all outside of y'all DBs.
I don't understand why though. That doesn't make any sense.
Because he's the
You want
youngest
everybody
cat,
to
bro.
play?
He's the youngest cat.
He's the youngest cat. Plus, again,
He's unproven.
He's not even the liability on the fucking team.
bro. So again, like I said to you, when
But
y'all
he's the
had all of
quarterback.
these
He's going to be
weapons,
in the limelight.
the weapons that y'all did not have that I mentioned when they weren't there, what did Purdy do? He showed his age.
So
That
let me ask you this: when you don't have your starting left tackle, and he's referring to the 3 games in a row that the Niners have dropped. When
I
you
don't
don't
know.
have your starting left tackle in Trent Williams for those 3 games, and you don't have one of your primary weapons, do things tend to drop off?
I don't know. I've only been in a situation where I lost an entire offensive line with a 46-year-old, and we won.
So then that's telling me the same. Like we had no offensive line either because the
Again, you're
best
talking
offensive lineman
about
we have
one
and our
guy.
right
I
side
know,
has never
but
been
Four other
good.
well, no, that's what he's saying.
You have 4
They
other
won a Super Bowl
and
with an
20
entire
guys.
replaced offensive line with a 46-year-old quarterback who've been playing the game forever. That's his point. Is you go
So he
down
needs to
one
already
lineman.
have
I know, but you
like
go down.
6
One
Super
guy
I
Bowls
know,
by
I
that
know, I
point.
know. But
is
you go down.
great, right?
If
You
you
saying
go
it's
down
great,
one lineman,
but you have one guy that
you go
guard
0-3 without that one lineman.
4 starters though. 4 starters.
And I think we had a right or either a right sided guard. I think we
So
went over this. We had a right guard that
all right,
was out too, and our right side was already suspect to begin with.
all right.
But that's not the same as losing your entire fucking line and still winning the Super Bowl.
And then how many times did he get sacked in those games too? You can't like if you have no time to do shit because your offensive line. How is that
What
completely on him?
my point of saying that is
It's
And he
Shanahan
was still
possible.
able to put up. He was still
No,
able to put up
but that's what he's
positive
saying.
QBR.
But
he's
that's
still
what he's
supposed to
talking
be able to
about.
win.
He's showing his years.
He's supposed to show his development in those moments when you don't have everybody. You're supposed to
That's
show
what
you're
he's
able
saying.
to command and be a quarterback. You're not a system guy. But that's what it looks like. Like if
Right
you
now,
don't
yeah, absolutely.
in
He's
place,
100% a system guy right now.
that's what it looks like. If you don't have every piece in place, you gonna fuck up. That's what it seems like, and that's what I was
And
saying.
that's kind of what they've shown as well. Is that if they don't have every single piece of the puzzle, that it's not going to go good for the Niners. They've shown that. There's evidence of that.
So
That's
that's
what he's saying. That's why he says Brock Purdy's not there. Because if Brock Purdy was there, he could be missing. He could make up for that missing piece in his own way.
I'll take that.
Shout out to Dub. Just coming in with the stats.
I'll take that with a top defense.
Well, they were ahead in pass offense as well. The Niners were. But again, for those 3 games that they didn't have that one piece, they
But
lost.
what I'm saying is
They
like,
lost.
okay,
But they
so maybe I'm.
hang on. They didn't only lose; they lost badly.
I think one game they only lost by 10. There was another one they lost by like it was excessive, like 17 or more. I don't think they were as bad because again, he still had a pretty good QBR. He was still protecting the ball. He wasn't really throwing interceptions. The majority of the interceptions that he
But to
ended up
have your
getting for the entirety of the year
I
came
know,
from just the Baltimore game.
but that's the thing, bro. Like you can't. I mean, that was if you. But that's the thing, bro. If you're missing one game or one piece, you can't lose like that. That's why he says he's showing his actual thing.
So that was early on in the season. Now we're at a point like the NFC
Where
champ.
everybody's
This
healthy.
one. So maybe I'm just asking for more credit than what he's actually getting. So if I'm hearing correct, you're saying Kenny's giving him credit, but there's still that. But I'm thinking
That's what
him
he's
getting
saying.
to the NFC Championship for the second year as a starter, breaking the franchise record,
That's
doing all doing all of this stuff, like QBR, leading the league in the top 3 stats that actually fucking matter in
bro.
this league, that people actually covet in this league, and yet he's still getting shit on.
He's
I
not
don't
shitting.
get it.
Nobody's shitting on him.
I'm not just talking like K has had his moments where like he just saying Brock Purdy is not that guy. He has
He's
said that
not.
on many
Not
occasions.
yet. He's not.
I disagree. If you're not that guy, you don't take the team to this point. You don't put up those numbers if you're not that
It's
guy.
not like Brock Purdy was the only one who took the team there, bro. He had 2 great games these past 2 games against the Packers. Hang on. But that's not at all what anybody is saying. Nobody's saying like he's dog shit at what he does or anything like that. Everybody wants to hop on Cam Newton's neck, for saying he's the 10th best player, but fucking think about it.
Yes.
He's fucking right. Like, but they're not sitting here saying that Brock Purdy fucking sucks. They just don't understand why he's getting so much choke hard. Because at the moment, Kay's absolutely correct when he says he looks like a system quarterback. Like he's not the one sitting there calling all the audibles every game. Everything. How many audibles do you think Brock Purdy actually calls in a game?
I mean, I would know. We would have to
You don't
ask
ever see him
because
call
when
any
you
audibles.
Bro,
Maybe flipping a
I
run.
don't know.
Maybe flipping a run, but you do not see him call audibles.
But when you talk to the team, the entire team tells you like this dude's a lead. Like this guy is the truth. He is the leader. He is making these decisions. He is doing everything that he is supposed to be doing at a high elite level. This is his own teammates telling this. So is that just a case of this is just what they have to say, or are they being for real?
Josh, I mean, hey, Josh, say you're a San Francisco 49er and you've been on the team for the past 7 years plus. You've gone to the Super Bowl, you've lost, you've seen 4 different quarterbacks in that time. You've seen 4 different quarterbacks. You get a young kid, and by all means, he's a fucking kid. Takes over towards the end of the season or in the middle of the season. Yeah, definitely.
Look at Dub. Only game they got their ass kicked was the only
season. I feel you. I don't know. Von Miller and Chubb was coming down pretty fucking strong.
Yeah. But and you have this young quarterback who's been in, he got hurt in the last NFC Championship. Are you going to sit there and say, well, he's not quite there yet, we're still trying to, or are you going to sit there and make him believe that his team has his fucking back? What are you going to do? I'm just asking you, what would you do? Not like any of the.
I would handle it. No, I would handle it the exact same way that the team has handled it because they never even talked. They didn't even talk about Jimmy G. Like when Jimmy G was there before Brock Purdy was there, most of that they didn't even talk about Jimmy G like they talk about Brock Purdy.
Bro. Everybody was talking to Jimmy G about it. Everybody was more infatuated.
People had questions about Jimmy G all the time. What do you mean?
They don't have to build the confidence of a grown ass man. He's not already got 2 rings.
As a backup.
Don't matter. He still got them some bitches and he got money from it.
It's not like he was the one who made the decisions in those games to make it go the way it went.
How do you think the starting defense on any NFL team, how do you think they prepare? They go up against the fucking backup. Second stringer, second team goes against first team. You know this. And those defenses that Belichick had for those years were fucking nuts. Because they were getting damn good looks from their backup quarterback. That's how that shit works.
They came to your team and took y'all to the fucking Super Bowl.
Oh my god.
So he was a grown man and as playing a system quarterback as well. But this is what it looks like. He's not making
the ultimate system because again, Kyle Shanahan couldn't even extend the playbook because He knew what Jimmy G's capabilities
Got to
were.
get off that narrative if he didn't have Christian McCaffrey. Like, you can't just keep going on one and don't make it seem like the other don't matter. The other matters dramatically, bro.
And
It matters when your head coach is going up and tell, hey, our third string, whether you have CMC or not, when it comes to actually doing everything that needed to be done, when that conversation was had with Jimmy G and Trey Lance on the squad before him, Kyle Shanahan went up and said, Brock's that guy. Hey, I think our best quarterback is our third string quarterback. That was before anybody was getting hurt, but they had to make the decisions that they made of putting Jimmy G up first because they were fucking paying him more. And they had Trey Lance as a top 3 overall pick, which is one of the biggest wastes of a fucking pick that I've ever seen, and draft stock future
I don't
that
even know
I've
why
ever
he
fucking
got
seen.
drafted.
So,
Was
so
that
they
right
had to
after that
have him
Kyle
in that
Shanahan made it
spot.
known that he wanted to trade Jimmy G after he signed him, and then Jimmy G went to go get a surgery to basically
Yeah,
prolong him
no, of
getting
course he
traded?
did. He
It was,
wanted to, he
is that
wanted to
right
trade Jimmy
after or
G.
before? Because I'm pretty sure
He
all of that happened, and then all of this turmoil, so that would kind of motivate him to say my third string,
he
especially
wanted to.
when you're fucking the guy you moved up 3 spots and you struck out. So yeah, I feel you
Y'all
because
traded y'all's future away
so you had
for Trey
one
Lance.
situation and then he fucked up on another. So again, I agree with you.
Y'all got extremely lucky with
But
Brock
at the
Purdy.
same time, the whole Jimmy G
Right?
fucking battle, and they was ready to get rid of this motherfucker, and he got surgery, and they was mad. That's why they was gonna talk shit like that. So again, so yeah, you're building up now. You're a rookie that you have to play now. You're building him up.
You got to build him up, and
No,
you
but
got to
it's
make
not.
him.
No. It's not like he was saying this mid-season, and that's why he got to play. This was
No, yeah,
No, it's after the
during
draft.
OTAs and
Yes,
everything at the very beginning. Because again, you had to make the decisions of starting who you started. Because again, you're not going to start Mr. Irrelevant over a guy you're paying fucking a shit ton of money to, nor the guy that you spent the number 3 overall pick in. And the only reason why Brock Purdy got in the first place is because both of those guys got fucking hurt. That was the only reason why he got in.
right.
But at that whole time in OTAs, Kyle Shanahan was talking about this kid like he's actually better
Yes.
than what we had. It's just the circumstances of what came in. That's where it forced you to make the business decision of having to put in Brock Purdy, and then he proved
No,
that he was better
you
than the other
skipping
two
a
guys that
part.
they had.
Skipping the part. You're going to the ending, but you're skipping, like I said, the dramatic part of them having to deal with the whole Jimmy G fiasco and them wanting to trade him. Them realizing in OTAs that Trey Lance wasn't shit. And now that you did all of that, you have to play him. So yes, I get what you're saying. You just continue to like move it a little bit. Like, yeah, you're right, but you're moving it a little bit. You see what I'm saying? The Jimmy G
Moving it
fiasco
in what way?
trade him is a big thing. Them learning that Trey Lance isn't shit is a big thing. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel you. I agree with you, but at the exact same time, it wasn't the fact of the injuries to make it like. So yes, that's the reason why he played, but it wasn't like next season they wasn't gonna play him anyway. He was gonna probably play that next season anyway because they was gonna figure out a way to get rid of both of them motherfuckers because they realized what they realized. So they was gonna go through the season with both of them anyway, and then they was gonna get rid of both of them in the end of the
Them
year.
getting hurt was more like a godsend.
Right. So that was my point. They was gonna get rid of both of them motherfuckers any motherfucker way. They just had to play the year out.
They knew.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what happened. So
And
again, so you
and
continue to use the injury as that benchmark. It was more like Caleb said, a godsend. And that's what I'm saying. And then now you're still building the guy up that you know you're moving forward with. So all of this is just a part of them building his confidence. That's all I've been saying to you the whole time.
But how do you build the confidence of somebody that you're actually surprised of how much confidence that he has?
You're not surprised as shit after OTAs, bro. After OTAs, ain't nothing to surprise no more.
No, but I'm saying at this point now, it's not about building up the. He has all the confidence in the world. He's the ice in the veins guy. The teammates and the coaches. Again, I'm surprised he is where he's at.
bro, I'm not gonna lie
He
to
has
you.
developed into something crazy.
I've seen a lot of Brock Purdy interviews, where maybe he's not at the desk or whatever. In almost every interview, his arms are crossed.
That's not a comfortable person.
Okay, and he's not. He's very humble. I'll give him that. He's very humble, but like honestly though, he does look like in every interview like a kid who's like on the
Maybe he's just guarded with the media.
No, he looks like a kid who's literally on the verge of crying, like in almost every interview.
He's guarded with the media that's already been trying to fucking destroy him this entire time. Like, why wouldn't you be guarded with the same people who are trying to fuck you over?
Dog,
I mean,
how long?
even with
Can't go
the
one way with
entire
that
half
idea.
hour that he did with Steve Young, he had his arms crossed the entire half hour with Steve Young.
Bro, he could be one of those guys that when it comes to media talking, when it comes to actually being in front of a
I know,
camera,
bro, but like, and maybe he
like
shows
that,
his confidence in a
when it
different
comes
way.
down when it
But he
comes
doesn't
down to
seem like
executing on
I
the
can.
field and
But here's the
playing the
thing,
game
Josh.
of football, he does
Here's the
great.
thing.
Just because he's not a great interviewer or a shy interview doesn't
No.
mean he's not a great fucking football player.
That's not
That
what I'm
makes no
saying.
sense.
That's not what I'm
That's
saying.
not
I'm
what we're
saying
saying.
that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying the fact that his teammates, right? How often do you see a guy who, is that good and like not really openly confident like that? So you could imagine why they hang on. So you could imagine why they would possibly think that we got to build up his confidence and make sure that he believes every second of the way. That I would think that, especially in today's league,
You just
with
said
all
how humble he was.
with
He's
all
not
the
going to sit here
narratives.
and ooze confidence
No.
when he's that humble.
That's what I'm saying, bro. In today's league, that shit is so fucking rare. People they probably don't know how to react, and they probably think he's struggling. So yeah, they're gonna talk this fucking shit up on him because and also the fact that he's the only fucking guy they have. Sam Darnold ain't shit. I'm sorry, but
Thank you.
He
I
gets
appreciate
fucking
that.
hurt. If he gets hurt or whatever, it's fucking over with.
And first off, humility and confidence ain't the same thing, bro. To be honest with you. Like
I just don't think he's one of those.
That's
He's
pretty much what
but
a lot of this shit I feel like is going on. That's the reason why I'm saying that.
He looks scared. He looks
but he's
scared.
had those moments during the games and stuff like that where he's corrected his own play, became that leader, yelled at his guy to be able to run the right fucking route that Ray McLeod fucked up.
Because they made him believe that he's able to do that. Like, do that. It's okay. It's okay.
Kyle Shanahan knew
yell
that
at me
he
when
was
I'm
going to
wrong.
lose Trey Lance and Jimmy G. So why wouldn't I go out in OTAs and talk that man up?
Yeah. He came in mid-year, like you said, played the season, got hurt, and now this is the first full year with him. Why would they not still do that?
So they're basically building him up with so much confidence that he's doing things that he shouldn't be doing?
No. What?
That's what it comes off as. Like because
they're saying that they believe in him. They're not saying that
you said because you have to give him the confidence, you have to build him up in order for him to.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're gonna sit there and condone him making the wrong fucking decision consistently because
he's owned up to all of his shit, which is what a quarterback.
See, they go moving it again. Shit. Fucking hell.
No, I understand where you're coming from. It's very difficult.
I can see. I can see exactly what you mean by the he's not there yet. Yeah, I mean it's the second year. He's not going to be there yet. That's okay. It's not like we're shitting on him and saying, "Oh, he's fucking garbage. He's worse than fucking a pile of dog water or whatever the fuck it is."
People were saying Patrick Mahomes was there in his second year after winning the MVP after he sat that first year. They were already saying he was there. At that point, Brock Purdy put up MVP numbers.
Yeah, but
he's not there. And Patrick Mahomes didn't have a loaded team at that point too. is bullshit as well.
No, he did.
So it's like you're comparing it. It becomes that argument. He's doing the same fucking thing. He's got a loaded team, but they
Yeah,
said
bro.
Patrick Mahomes
But
was there.
let's really be honest here. Patrick Mahomes fits the bill. You know what I mean?
Of the size,
stereotypical.
yes, yeah.
So yeah, they're gonna sit there and be like, Brock Purdy has none of those same things. And then the fact that he's a shy guy and all that stuff, bro, I'm sorry, but no ad company is gonna want to pick him up if he's gonna be sitting there all shy in the corner trying to advertise.
Toyota just did first endorsement in like 10 years or something like that.
Said Toyota.
You know,
probably drive Toyota tractors or some shit,
or a Tundra or something.
right.
But again, that's a car deal. That's not like. And how many car commercials has he done? Have you seen? One car commercial.
Yeah, he probably give you like a good 3 more, maybe 4 more.
Because he just got the deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He probably give you like 4 more, and it's over with, and he probably ain't gonna say too much of shit.
And all he has to, and in the interview, they give him something to do, like drive the car, right? Not a whole lot of talking, just kind of 2 lines at the end here,
which they give every athlete. Every athlete, they just give a couple of lines and just show them there.
Really? They just give him a couple lines like that? Patrick Mahomes do a whole minute fucking conversation.
He's carried by Jake from State Farm. I'm sorry, no. He is carried by Jake from State Farm in awkward silence. That is what his commercials are built off.
It's not even.
Derrick Henry did a fucking Capital One commercial.
That was probably weird as fuck.
It was weird, and he showed
having a kaiju and fucking talking about banking shit. Does he look like a guy who's got his money in handle?
Probably. I think he does. I feel like he's.
Think so?
What he's saying is these guys. He's not able to show that personality because
that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have nearly as much personality, so why would they want to make him
the market? Yeah,
the market.
So is it because of that lack of showing? Because he wants to say really kind of to himself is what it kind of seems like. That's why he's not getting the proper and he doesn't fit the billing of the intangibles.
How many?
He still fits the IQ. He's still making it happen. He's taking you to the NFC Championship game.
You should stop right where you are right now. Just stop.
We're talking about deals.
I just don't understand how.
Hang on. You're making this into a terrible fucking thing, but you're forgetting about one fucking guy who's kind of the same. He played in the 70s, early 80s. He played back then. How many commercials do you think he does? Or he was doing?
Who the fuck are we talking about?
JM, bro. JM.
Joe Montana.
God damn, you dumb as fuck.
Early 80s. I was like, damn, he went into the late 80s and stuff like that too. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Late 70s through the. Okay, got it.
It took a second, then I'm like, okay, yeah, I get what he's saying.
I was like, wait a minute, what? Okay, understood. Yes.
That guy didn't do a whole lot of fucking interviews either. It's okay that he's not doing the face of the league shit. Stop comparing them to people that he has nothing to do with.
What I'm saying is he doesn't get the credit because of the fact that he doesn't do that shit.
And nobody gave credit to Joe Montana until after we saw what the fuck happened, right?
That's what I'm saying. Does he have to win the Super Bowl to get that credit? But
no,
apparently not.
Win 4, Josh. He's got to win 4.
So you want to give him credit but not diminish the credit from all the other guys?
I want to give him the credit that he's actually a legit, possible top 5 fucking quarterback in the league. That's what I want to give him the credit.
Fucking not. What are you talking about? Baker Mayfield had better stats than him. Baker had 4,400 yards this year.
And half
but where's Baker?
But no, and half the weapons.
I hear you, but again, I hear you, but I can.
Where's Baker? When it came down to getting it done and actually doing what needed to be done, where the fuck is Baker?
Who did he play again?
For a fucking pick because he was trying to throw the ball to the tight end. That's what happened.
Mm-hmm. Threw a pick. Didn't see the guy there. Should have saw the guy, but he didn't see the guy.
How we lost the season because Baker the week before threw for over 300. Every weekday we had playoffs, he had over 300 yards. Matter of fact, they said it like that. So I'm not really saying.
I have given Baker an ungodly amount of credit this year, way beyond my actual
So
character.
you just slandered him right now, like right now, like it just happened.
But
Like
it's
I
okay
knew
because
you
I'm
would,
proving the point of when
you
it
do
came
not
down to
understand
actually
civil happened.
getting it done to
So
get to
that
the
was the
next
other
level.
half of
He
the shit.
failed.
That's pretty much what I'm getting right now. That was just the other half of
Baker
the shit.
Mayfield
He's able
Baker
to
Mayfield has been in the league for how long now? 6 years, 7 years? And he
yeah,
still can't get it. He still can't get to the next level, get it
just
done.
prove my
Brock is
point.
in his second year already taking people to the
You just
next level.
proved my point with Baker right now. You just did it. You want to know why? Because Baker wasn't able to develop to where he's at right now until after he got through Sean McVay's system, an actual goddamn coach.
And got
He
the
had,
fuck out of
he
Cleveland.
had no coaches all the way until he got to the Rams. He had no fucking coaches. Look at what happened. He had to just play off of skill the
Oh,
whole time, and he was getting hurt and all kind of shit. He led the fucking
okay.
Browns to the goddamn playoffs. Yeah, like you can't not say he
His
was an
first year as a Buck, he goes
him
to the
and
playoffs.
Kevin
Is not
Owens,
bad.
baby. He literally could have threw that.
They okay. I for the whole Browns thing, I already went over that. Had it not been for the fucking Steelers getting in their own goddamn ego, the
Oh,
Browns had they not or had the actual Steelers taken it seriously and beaten the Browns in that final week, the Browns weren't even going to make the fucking playoffs. The
So hold
reason why the
on.
Steelers let the fuck up is because they thought it was going to be an easier route going through the Browns in the first round of the playoffs. So their own hubris got in the way, and the football gods don't like that shit. And that's why the Steelers got exited. And then the very next week, when it came down to actually trying to get it done, Baker Mayfield fucking failed. And now he
Big
came
fact.
in here to Tampa
Hold on.
Bay, where
So,
he's got a
uh,
whole hell of a lot better of a situation.
Steelers had
It
two
came
chances
down to him driving his
to get
team
goddamn right
down the field, and what did he do? He fucking failed again, and he's in year
against
six.
the fucking
We're in year 6, 7, and he has
against the
failed
Steelers.
at every big moment that there has possibly been. And then every big moment that Brock Purdy has been, and he's only been in year 2, has taken his team further than fucking Baker Mayfield can ever even dream of
All right.
sniffing in his
So
entire fucking career.
shit
Okay,
literally
that's what I'm saying.
shit literally
Baker Mayfield
because
is not on the same
here's
level
some
as Brock Purdy. He's
you
not.
forgot.
He's
Here's some
not.
facts that you forgot. The Steelers had two chances to beat Baker. They beat him. He beat them the last week of the season and the first week of playoffs. He beat them both weeks and he lost to the Chiefs
You
week.
you just
He
you
lost to
again just repeated the story
yeah.
that I
oh, he
just
I
said
keep
that
lost.
happened.
saying that the Steelers had the last week of the season and then he lost the next week. That's
I
what
know.
you
I just told that story.
no.
I
They
just said
had
that.
2 weeks in a row to beat Baker and
I
they
just
lost.
said that.
My point of
Hey,
saying
I just told the
it
story.
had nothing to do. That's not ego. You had two chances. That's not ego. You're saying that they got in their own way. How are you getting your own way 2 weeks in a row?
K, they allowed the Browns in the final week, thinking that if they get
Tampa
them in
Bay
the
beat
first
the Jets.
round of the playoffs, it would be an easy slide going into the next round.
I
And
gotta
then the
No,
go.
Browns surprised
that
them
don't
and beat
make
their ass at
any
home.
sense.
I
That don't make
just
a
explained to
goddamn
you what happened.
sense.
I gotta go.
All right, dude.
Love y'all.
That don't make any sense, dude.
How does
Don't
that
make
not make sense?
because he beat them twice. If it was just one time and they had to play somebody else, okay. They beat them twice. Ain't no easy slide. He beat them twice. They could have made up for their mistakes the very next week. If it was just a fluke that last week, they could have made up for it the very next week. And the Steelers could
It's
have
not
won.
a fluke. They allowed it to happen. They
He lost
didn't
to the
care.
goddamn Chiefs, bro. That's who he lost to. Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. I'm not finna sit here and make it seem like
And
that.
Baker Mayfield had an opportunity to have a drive against the Chiefs to be able to get the team to the next level. He had an opportunity and he fucking failed at it.
Okay, he lost. I'm not mad at that.
So
That's
there we
early in his
go.
career.
That's what I'm getting. That's
That's
what I'm
your
getting
third.
down to.
That's your
When
first
it
year as a
comes
good
down
coach,
to making the final drive to
bro.
get your team to the next fucking level,
About
Baker
him.
Mayfield has never been able to get it done.
Look, you can't say that narrative about Baker when that's your first year with an actual fucking coach. Like, come on, Josh. Like, you cannot keep factoring in, oh, he's supposed to be ready because he was drafted that high. He had a fucking shit show he got drafted to. Can you not admit that? The first 2 years were shit shows. with Hugh Jackson and the
The
goddamn
head, yeah,
arguing.
and that's the reason why they didn't make the playoffs with Hugh Jackson. They made the playoffs with the head coach that Baker Mayfield wanted.
What?
Baker Mayfield chose the head coach. That's where your fucking argument in that whole thing is completely Sorry about a whole team. No, no, no. The quarterback chose that situation. I don't give a shit
Right.
what you have to
Yeah,
say
what does
about situation or whatever happened.
right now? I
Okay?
asked you back then, and I'm gonna ask you again right now because you continue to say that point, and I keep asking you the same point. This your second year in the NFL. This is your first time starting. What the fuck you supposed to say? What in the fuck you supposed to say? No, give me somebody else. You don't have that power. What is
You
Baker?
don't make it. You don't make a statement. You don't
What do
make
you
a statement.
make a statement? They're
Don't make
asking.
a statement. Just don't
They're
say
asking.
anything.
Can't. That's
Players do it all the time. What do you mean? If they get asked that question, they'd be like, I'd rather not answer the
from the
question.
media. From the
Yeah,
media. That's not the goddamn media he talking to. He talking to ownership and shit. That's who you saying. The media don't make decisions to hire the coach. The ownership do. So he's supposed to sit there and ignore them. He's supposed to sit there and say, "No, don't give me Freddie." If they saying we thinking about hiring Freddie, what is Baker supposed to say? Yeah, I like Freddie. Freddie's my guy. Like hire him. Like that's pretty much probably what the fuck he said. He
he
probably
vouched for him and wanted him to be a after the interim head coaching
again the
stint
same
that he had.
exact thing what happened with Aaron Rodgers, bro. He advocated for fucking goddamn buddy that was the head coach of the
And
goddamn.
ownership bought into it.
Yes. Again, that's his guy.
Okay, so that's on that's on Baker then. I don't just
Again,
further proving
Aaron
my point.
Rodgers has more power than Baker, obviously. But again, my point is saying you're
Well, apparently had the same amount of power because Baker Mayfield influenced who was the fucking head coach of the Browns that year.
no,
That
again,
that makes that
say that shit. They asked their fucking rookie guy, well, not their rookie, their second year guy that they're moving forward with. Why would they not ask him? He's already in the building. He was the goddamn quarterbacks coach, O-line coach. He was there already. Are they gonna ask him? He's just gonna see him. Yeah, that's my guy. He gonna advocate for him because that was his guy. If they asked him probably about any coach, he probably would have said the exact same thing. And then when the media hears that shit and then they fucking ask him that specific question, what is he supposed to say? Like you keep making it seem like he's supposed to say, no, get me fucking Pete Carroll. No, get me Sean fucking goddamn Payton. No, get me Bill Belichick. Like, what the hell do you think Baker's supposed to
that
be
no.
executive?
See, what you're saying is like as if the ownership went, hey, this is the route we're gonna go, and he's like, oh, okay, I'm cool with it.
Nick,
He went, no, this was the complete opposite of, oh no, we need to have this guy, and ownership said,
you
okay,
keep acting
Baker,
like
we'll do
Baker.
that.
You acting like Baker walked in the office, kicked the doors in, like, give me Freddie
Oh,
Kitchens.
like we're not going to get
Like,
over dramatic with
no,
it and kicking the doors in, but yes, I
no,
do
like
think he
that is
had a
not
say
how
in it.
the fuck that went.
I
When
do
you
think he had a say in it. Yes,
again, you
I
make
absolutely think he had
a
a say in it.
power play like that. I gave you a metaphoric
He
situation.
was there. He was their number one overall pick that they were trying to build the future around. I
Started
100%
Tyrod
believe
Taylor.
that they took his word over it. They
It's
hired Freddie
like
Kitchens, and it
Tyrod,
was a
bro.
spectacular failure. They
Tyrod Taylor.
followed they followed a 2 year player instead of following their own gut, and that's what ended up happening with the Browns. He helped put them into the fucking situation that they were in. So we're not going to get
So fuck is you talking?
poor Baker that
Ain't
he
no
had to go deal with that. He was a part of the problem.
you're the
Okay, he was a
quarterback.
part of the reason why he was that it
You're
was
fine.
trash that entire time.
What is again? I ask you this multiple times, and you keep avoiding it, saying they've listened to their 2 year quarterback, and you keep going on that shit. And I'm asking you a question: what would you do? I'm saying you, and you keep avoiding that shit. I'm saying you and
Me as what, an owner or a player?
here. What do you do? Because you keep making it seem like Baker got power. They don't. They started Tyrod the year before, and
That I'm trying to tell you, yes, he did. That's where you're not seeing the argument. Baker did have that power.
you keep saying that. I'm saying, what would you do? You sit here saying Baker had the choice to fucking make the quarterback decisions. Like, come on. I mean, the coach decision. All right, that what you want.
If ownership came up to me,
From what?
if ownership okay, see, so now you're asking me the question. Now you don't want me to answer.
I'm again. I'm
If the
still
ownership
asking
came
the
up to
question.
me,
Can't sit here and try to make it seem like you wasn't doing the exact same thing. And I'm still was trying to make my damn point while I was asking the question. So, but go ahead. I was cutting you off.
if ownership is coming up to me and asking me, hey, we're trying to figure out this head coaching situation.
You're moving it
Who
again.
is somebody that you recommend that we should look into, that we should hire?
Because you keep moving the shit. I'm the owner. You're Baker. I just call you by your goddamn name. You're the second year quarterback. Hey Josh, we're thinking about fucking hiring Freddie Kitchens as our head coach. Tell me what you think about Freddie. That's
I
how
mean,
fucking I ask.
when you ask it like that, it's kind of like, oh yeah,
Oh
what
my
do I think about
god,
Freddie? Well,
that makes it
but
seem
that's
like
not what
that's
happened,
exactly
Kay.
what the fuck I've
That's
been
not what
saying.
happened, Kay. But that's not what happened.
No.
What you're saying is a hypothetical. That's not what happened. Baker went to ownership and said, "Hey, we want this guy," and that's who ownership
How
went
do you
with.
know that's fact?
Because that's exactly what happened, Kay. It played out on TV.
That's what people keep saying happened. People keep saying that
Okay.
because when they asked him in the media about Freddie, he said what he said. So people put that shit together like Baker did that shit. But again, it never came out reported saying Baker was the reason why they picked Freddie. The ownership didn't say that was the reason why we picked Freddie Kitchens. Because if that was the reason, they would have got rid of him when they got Stefanski. They would have never went forward with Baker if that was the reason. If Baker was the reason why they failed with him, they would have got rid of Baker. They kept Baker with the next head coach. And then they fucking went to the playoffs with Baker. If that was the reason. Because Baker made that drastic move in that situation, they would have got rid of him. I'm just checking. That was the next coach, he went to the playoffs. Then they got rid of him after that. Because that's when all the Odell and all that shit happened. Like,
Because again, like he was skipping the ball to Odell most of that season and everything. Like look, you're trying. I get it. You're trying
again,
to
I've been
give
telling
your guy
you,
the
no, I ain't, because I
credit,
was
and
saying
that's
this
why I'm
before
trying
you
to give
even
my
brought
guy credit. The same thing.
this is the problem. You keep trying to make it seem because of my situation now. That's what it was. When I was saying this when he wasn't a Buck, I said this, and you was like, I bet you'd be mad if you be on your team. I said, no, I wouldn't. And I'm not. And this is pretty much exactly what the fuck I was saying. And I was 100% right years ago. He's never had receivers like Mike Evans and Chris Godwin in them to be able to fucking actually play in the league. And that was my
So
point.
now he did.
Individually is better than everyone on my team when he's
So
healthy.
now,
But
so
here's the
now
problem.
he did,
He
and
hasn't
when it
stepped off yet, but Odell wasn't healthy. When he's healthy, yes, but he wasn't. He hasn't been healthy. Odell ain't been healthy in years. So again, that's the problem. Continue to make it seem like the name is going to supersede the fact that this motherfucker's hurt. He ain't. He's hurt. Jarvis is always hurt. So they didn't have nobody. David Njoku wasn't David Njoku of today. They didn't have any fucking body there like that. They had a bunch of injured motherfuckers that's talented and that know the game of football. That's what Baker had, and running backs that was carrying all of that shit for the most part. So I'm not gonna sit here and make it seem, but Baker could have easily threw the motherfucking season away if he was trash. Like I've been telling you, like I tell you with the quarterbacks that are trash. That is my point.
the same criteria of you telling me the quarterbacks that are trash is the same of quarterbacks that when it comes to the clutch situations of getting the big game done, they never be able to get it done. Is the same criteria as I give for Baker, but yet you argue for Baker. That
Name
doesn't make any sense.
that you've heard me say were trash.
Aaron Rodgers, you said is trash
I say Aaron Rodgers
because you can't get
is a choke artist. I say Aaron Rodgers is a choke artist. I say Aaron Rodgers plays
so
amazing
semantics.
regular season. He gonna put up amazing stats when it comes to playoffs. He gonna choke that bitch off every fucking time. That's what I said about Aaron Rodgers. Never once said he was trash. I said he was a choke artist.
So that's the same argument that I make for Baker. He'll give you good regular season numbers, but when it comes to actually getting the job done, he's a choke
And
artist.
I said that's incorrect because you ain't seen him in those situations. We've seen Aaron Rodgers in
We've
situations.
seen him in three different situations
Yeah.
against the Chiefs. We just had it
Again,
against.
you
We just
continue
had
to
it
talk.
right now against the Detroit Lions. We had it at other times too. Like, what do you mean?
Aaron Rodgers wasn't playing against a goddamn team like the Chiefs, bro. He wasn't playing the Chiefs. You giving fucking Aaron Rodgers more credit when he losing to fucking motherfuckers that's not like the Chiefs, dog. Like that's what I'm saying to you. Like that's what I'm like. He's not losing the teams of the caliber of the Chiefs. That's who Baker lost to. And then he just lost to the Detroit Lions. When again, I literally told you that fucking Bowles and fucking goddamn Canales got out coached by fucking Dan Campbell. in them.
So he still hasn't gotten good coaches, or just this one game they got outcoached.
Bro, again, I be telling you this shit. Like you keep making it seem like I'm saying some wild ass shit in that game. That was a critical game. That was our last game of our season this year. They got outcoached. That's what happened. That's what I believe happened. So you keep making it seem like I've been saying this to you all the time. They be fucking making a bunch of dumbass coaching decisions all the time. I've been telling you, Baker has been making a phenomenal amount
But
of
one of the coaching decisions that was made was because of him.
because he's producing. This is what I'm saying to you. Like, even with the fact that fucking Chris Godwin's wife was like, oh, he ain't getting the ball enough and all this shit. It's like, bro, this man threw 4,400 yards. So that means other people was getting involved. We had other games where others won the game for sure. You see what I'm saying? Like, we have games where our others are for sure winning the game, where it's like our top guys ain't got no effect on the game. Like, you see what I'm saying? One of them was a playoff game. You see what I'm saying? Like, against the Eagles, our others won that game. Baker and our others won that game. So I hear what you're saying, but at the exact same time, we got instances where it's like, yeah, Baker has shown. That one game, they got out-coached. And again, that's what happened. The man had a mistake. He threw a mistake, and it happened. We lost.
A mistake in a very big key situation.
Because reality, he had two situations. He played real well that whole goddamn game. I ain't gonna say he unclutched for that. Was 16-0. Hey.
They were up 16-0 at that game, and Eli still came back and
Hey, that's what I'm saying.
talk about like choke artists, like.
But that's what I'm saying. It's like that's my point. He's a choke artist. Like that's what I'm saying with Aaron Rodgers. Again, never
And
once.
I think Baker's the same way.
And I'm saying we haven't seen enough of Baker in good situations to be able to say that. You've seen him in two situations where he was in the playoffs, bro. In actual
Right, which are situations that actually count, right?
What do you mean?
So if he's only had the opportunity,
We've seen him win games where he won the
well,
game.
hold on here. See, this is where you're moving the goalposts.
How?
You're saying we haven't had enough opportunities to see what he can do. I say we have. We've had at least two separate opportunities where he could have had a game leading drive, made a good decision, do something to actually get them and win the game, and he failed at doing so. I've given two examples of that. And now it's like that's exactly what happened though.
And then the reason why
So and now
I say
go ahead.
Simple fact of, again, the reason why you sit here and say that the game winning drive, the fucking Detroit Lions, they put us in a situation where Baker literally couldn't have done it. He had to drive the field 90 fucking yards. They punted the ball. That's why I said we got out coached. If you remember that game, the Detroit Lions punted the ball and the ball was on the 10. That's where Baker started from. He was driving the ball and then he threw a pick. So what I'm
Is
telling
that
you,
supposed to be some sort of an excuse?
that was just a great coaching decision because we was in a time frame. And again, I give the Lions credit for that. It wasn't
They
like
already had the lead. Why wouldn't they? If they can pin him back deep, yeah, I'd probably do that too.
but they had us. It's hard to explain what I'm saying right now because I should be able to get you to understand what I mean. But they were just out coaching us that whole game, bro. Like it was just simple and plain. They was out coaching us that whole fucking game, and we were just in that motherfucker. We was having plays, we was making plays. I don't know. They were just out coaching us, bro, on some real shit. So
I mean, I understand, out coaching, and I get that aspect of it. But to say that the execution of everything, of having to get things done, doesn't have, oh, that's not on Baker. No, like if we're going to give, every single quarterback gets all the flack for every wrong thing that happens. And like I said, we're here talking about a situation where we've had two examples that he can't get it done. Well, what's the reason? What's the reason why we haven't had multiple opportunities of seeing him in the playoffs when it matters the most? Well, because he hasn't been able to get his teams there. He hasn't been good enough to be able to elevate everybody else around him. That's why. Coaching situations and everything, yeah, that's fine. He went to crappy
Really,
teams. I get that.
really
He
quick.
went to the Rams. He obviously wasn't good
You
enough for the Rams to decide to keep him.
calm down, bro. Calm down. 1 second. I know, hey, fam. 1 second. I'm gonna easily make this point for you. For when we just lost to the Detroit Lions, Baker's not able to call audibles. He's not able to do that because I
So
explained
that
this to you last time. Listen, Baker just joined our team, and everybody has that narrative that what they had about Baker. So he wasn't really getting an opportunity. So this opportunity, he has to show that he's the most motherfucking humble motherfucker in the world. He can't step outside the box. He can't do anything. So he has to rely on his coaches, and he has to trust his coaches. He can't do anything that they don't approve of him doing. You get my point? So my point is, in that situation, they probably not gonna fucking want him to call that audible. You get what I'm saying? Because if it don't work, it's all fuck Baker. You get what I'm saying? In that situation, the best option for Baker to be able to get a job next year, he has to follow whatever the fuck that coach tells him. That's the only way Baker gets the job. Granted, if he did it and it worked, he get a job or whatever the fuck. You get what I'm saying? But if it does not work, 100% he doesn't get a job. Now, if he does what fucking Dave Canales says and it fails like it did, Baker's revered how he is. Look how he's revered. He had a great season. He did this and all this, and now he's going to get another job. You get what I'm saying? Like, whether from us or from another team. You get what I'm saying? He's going to get another job. It's just a better situation for him in his career because of how everything went before and the narrative he had before of him being a fucking cancer to a team. He was fucking all of these things that people were saying about him in the media. You get what I'm saying? He's doing too many commercials and all that jazz. So that's what people were saying about him. So again, in order for him to be the smartest PR situation, he has to follow that. He has to follow what they saying in that moment. And Dave Canales called a very shit fucking play because they wasn't even trying to attack downfield in that play. If I'm not mistaken, I might need to watch it again because I've been pissed. You know what I'm saying?
it looked like it looked like Baker was trying to extend the play. He stepped up, tried to throw it, didn't even see the underneath defender there, and he picked it right off.
Right, because he was trying to throw that bitch to Cade Otton.
Mm, I don't
Yes,
remember who it was to be honest.
pretty sure it was to Cade Otton. But like I was saying, that's
But
just a situation. It's just you have to follow what your coach is saying. He don't have that option. Like if Baker had more pull and more juice, he probably would have been able to call something the fuck else. Be able
but I
to
mean, if you're if so here's my question to you. I know this is I understand what you were saying. I want to like for a leader standpoint, especially when we're talking about like all time greats who were able to make decisions on the fly, audibles or whatever, right? I know you say Baker Mayfield doesn't have that type of pool, right?
not right now.
But well, not right now, right? But what better way to basically earn that pool than to go, you know what? This I know this play is not going to work. What we're doing right here is not going to be what we need to do. We need to do this.
Nah. You earn that in film. You earn that in film, bro. Film
So
stuff.
then, if he hadn't earned it up to
Nah.
that point, does that not say something?
No, not at all. Again, like I said, Baker probably was just trying to chill. Because again, at the same time, he probably was talking and getting all like feeling all his teammates because again, he had a narrative of being an asshole. Odell Sr. did a number on his character, fam. You get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Saying he don't throw to Odell, he don't really care. Then they was just making it seem like Buddy ain't a teammate like that. You get what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
it got real reckless for him for a second. You get what I'm saying? And any quarterback, whether whoever you are, that's real tough to come from. You get what I'm saying? So they had to figure out who he was. That's why they was like, oh, everybody in Tampa loves Baker because that was the first thing the first hurdle he had to get over. You get what I'm saying? So now it's with the coaches and stuff. You gotta go into that too. It's like Stefanski was like, oh, he do his own thing. He a wild card and all this kind of stuff. You remember what Stefanski was saying about Baker when he was ready to get out of Cleveland?
I mean, when he would do his own thing, because he would go off and do his own thing, he
So,
would fail at it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like when he would go off and try to do his own thing, try to extend it, try to kind of go against the grain, he would fail.
so again, that's what I'm saying to you. Because at
So,
that
but
he was trying to go off his own abilities versus understanding the game. So that's why I feel like him going to LA with Sean McVay, he was in there learning from a creative standpoint. You get what I'm saying? He was learning from a creative standpoint, and then to have a fucking first year offensive coordinator and doggone Dave Canellis, and now going to be first year head coach of the Carolina Panthers. Uh, he, I feel like at that point, Baker learned so much from McVay. He probably was like, he knew a little bit more than Canellis. You get what I'm saying? Because he learned from McVay and them and Stafford, because he was there with all of them. You get what I'm saying? For
you
half
know,
a season. So he was just sitting there absorbing and learning, and then he came back, and this is what the product is of learning all of that. You get what I'm saying? And fucking understanding all of that, and then going through the gauntlet and still being able to be him. And you know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's what it was. Any quarterback going through that journey would probably come out this kind of way if they had the resiliency that he has, that he's shown that he has, the
yeah,
toughness shown that he has. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I give him credit, because I've seen, I'm like, he playing well with a good coach, yes, but it's like at the same time, it's like a quarterback need receivers, and if your receivers hurt, like what do you expect them to do? Like that's just in all fairness, that's anybody. You get what I'm saying? If your run game
yeah,
is part of your offense, why not continue to run through them, especially when you're young guy, he's young. You see what I'm saying? Chubb and them was young too, but Baker was young too. Baker was 3-4 years in the league, 3 years in the league. He was young. We can't fault him in that and then sit here and want to give credit for other guys. Like Purdy is his second year, yeah, but at the same time, everybody got to give him that credit like that. Everybody got to pat him on the back. And at the same time, he has to be as humble as he is, because we've seen the other side of the card if you're not that humble. But that's his nature. He's just quiet. So it makes it easy. You see what I'm saying?
to a yeah, yeah, to a degree, yeah. I don't necessarily have to. I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think it's a little unfair, but I mean, I see what you're saying. Um, I
The
mean,
league.
I think say what?
I said the league ain't fair.
That's also true. Not fun league, no, not fair league. You know, it's. I'm thinking this weekend is a proving point, and really, it's not a proving point for anybody else other than Kyle Shanahan. If he can stay out of his own head, if he can call the right plays, just do the right things that he was doing, he has the players to be able to execute the game plan. You just have to run the game plan. If you are beating the shit out of this team by doing it one way, keep doing it until you're not anymore. If they start stopping it, then you come up with a game plan, because this is what you get paid to do. Come up with stuff on the fly, be able to adjust, be able to see what's going on. Hey, you know what? We have plenty of stuff to be able to adjust, to do this, to do that. This is what they're showing us. This is what we can do. Get out of your own head and just do what you need to fucking do. That's the only way they win this game. And that's the only way I think the proper respect really gets put and placed where it should be. Um, I don't. I think Brock Purdy's going to have a good game, a memorable game. I think he's going to have some situations where it's going to need to come down to him making a play, and he does it. Now, there's also the other side of the coin that, again, game plan wise, we just saw what Dub put up when it came to the rushing defense. They're not good against the run. So if you go away from that and you start forcing certain things, that's where you can maybe get into trouble of Andy Reid and everybody else on that defense being able to disguise a few, because I've said a few times for Brock Purdy, there have been literally, I think, 3 games in a row now where on a crossing route or a post route or something like that over the middle, there have been 3 plays that are the exact same play, crossing route over the middle, deep by about 15 to 20. He doesn't see the strong safety. And there the instances where it was actually effective was when they played Baltimore. The first interception that he threw, he didn't see Hamilton at all, or Humphrey, whoever it was that got to that pick there. He didn't see them at all. I think it was Hamilton. And then he got that interception. The other 2 times, especially in these playoff moments, same crossing route. It's just the defender couldn't capitalize on it because they could have been pick sixes and completely changed the game. There are certain mistakes and everything there, but that happens early on in the game. But then when, like Caleb was saying, when it comes down to the last half of the game, when you need to be able to make the right decisions to get the stuff done, he's doing that. Whatever weapons or whatever he has, he's making the right decisions to get it to the right weapons. If it was all Christian McCaffrey, he wouldn't be throwing to Juwan Jennings on 3rd down all the time.
All right, so I got some.
Trusting in on that. He wouldn't be, going into all these other options and stuff like that. It would be always CMC. He has weapons, but you still have to make the right decisions to get it to those weapons.
Right, I got some.
So if he can go off and do that, he'll be fine, and the game will go the right way.
I got some stats for you. Pat Mahomes, indoor stadiums. He's 13-1. He
Okay.
averages 306 yards passing, and he had 33 touchdowns and only 3 interceptions in those 14 games indoors. So he's had really good fucking games indoors. Yeah.
What are his outdoor stats?
In that stadium specifically, he's 4-0.
Well, it's the Raiders. He plays them, twice a year and everything. So it's like, nah, he's gonna
Well, they've been
he's
there
gonna obviously have those numbers, there.
4 years that they've been there. You know what I'm
But
saying?
but what I'm saying is, what are his outdoor numbers? Because if those numbers are kind of relatively the same,
The game's indoor, so it don't really matter what outdoor stats is. He plays indoor.
but I mean those stats are kind of like,
That's your environment that you're playing in this week, though. Like that's what matters right now. There is no next week. There is no outdoor. It's only indoor. That's the only reason why I brought that up. So that's why I said like that. That's huge when we know half of that he didn't have Tyreek. 2 of those wins was with Tyreek. 2 of them wasn't.
he had one with Tyreek.
No, I'm saying again. He's played 4 games in that stadium, right?
Oh, in Vegas Stadium, yes.
Right. He's been there, so that's the 4. 2 years he had Tyreek in that stadium, and 2 years he didn't. The first 2 years he had Tyreek with him, and then the second 2 years he had Juju and the crew, and then this crew right here.
I don't know if that's right.
Okay,
Tyreek Hill, this was his second year with Miami.
just proved my point. It's 4.
So and he'd be 4-0. So then last year,
Maybe this
or
year. last year. This year,
So that would be 2 years, that the last 2 years, which is 4.
it's not 4. You keep saying
Oh,
4
that's
because
not 4 because that's the away, and
they play them home. It's only 4 because they play them home. It's 4-0 at home at the Raider Stadium.
so that would have to span over 4 years because you don't play at the same place twice.
That's my point. I said he had 2 years with Tyreek and 2 years without. That's what I
I thought
said.
you said one with, one without. I was like, wait a minute, the math's
That's
not
what
mathing.
you saying that. I said 1 with Juju in the crew and then 1 without Juju in the crew. Last year, Juju was on the Chiefs and he won a ring. This year, he was on the Patriots.
I mean, it's not like the Raiders have been anything to be,
Again,
grin or smile about. Sorry,
this
Mizzle.
y'all playing. That's the only reason why I say that. It's his stats and what he playing and then the type of teams he's carrying to these situations and he's winning. So it's gonna be real hard when that man, like I said, he already beat negative 27-degree weather. He finna beat y'all ass. he finna beat y'all ass. Y'all finna be a cakewalk. He indoors. Ain't no weather factor. It's finna be a nice brisk 77 degrees in that motherfucker. He was a negative 27. That man finna whoop y'all ass.
I don't know, man. There's a different. It's a different feel.
Oh
There's a
shit.
different feel to it.
Y'all finna come in there mad. Y'all finna be mad as fuck. Y'all ain't practicing outside. Y'all finna be in there playing mad as fuck. Y'all gonna be trying to play fundamental, but once Pat go up like 2 scores,
I
y'all
want to know. I want to know what the over under is of holding calls that get got done on the Chiefs.
oh no, I'm gonna tell you right now. Like I was saying earlier, they got
They're
Donovan
not
Smith.
going to get called for shit.
He led the league with Tom Brady. He led the league in holding calls. He was the worst penalized motherfucker. That motherfucker is so trash to me. I hate Donovan Smith. I wanted Donovan Smith gone before with Brady, but we won the ring, so I'm like, shit, he might as well stay because he won the ring in spite of this motherfucker because I hated that motherfucker. The same way you hated that right tackle, right guard, whatever the fuck buddy was, I hate him the same
All
way, bro.
right side.
I was so happy when he gone. So happy.
I mean, we'll get more into predictions and stuff on Super Bowl Sunday when the time comes on Friday. But obviously, a big conversation of what's going on in the NFL right now. Super Bowl Sunday coming up this weekend. So we already know where everybody's attention is going to be. A7FL March 24th. There's a whole lot of shit coming up this spring and this summer, people. You're not going to want to miss any of it. Subscribe to the Tornado Brothers Productions YouTube channel. Hit that like, hit the bell, letting you know every single time we go live. We appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. For myself, for Country K, for DJ Mad 6, for CJP for stopping by. We'll see you guys next time.